The camera comes up right where we left off, right as Karen sees the green light next to the door, the light next to the door go green with the tap of the ID card to it.
Quick message goes out to Krill and Troy. Karen's heading to the apartment.
Like in?
No. Shrug and...
Karen pulls out her codex and does a dual call with Troy and Krill.
Yes, Karen. Do you need anything?
Possibly. I might need the help from the net end, and also might need to know where was the last room our friend was in.
I don't know if I can access that information.
Is there anyone else here who might be hearing me?
I absolutely have the information, at least somewhat, of the last rooms he was in before leaving, going through Trix's recording. He had walked into a far room that is entirely blocked out of any windows, and no means of Trix perceiving it, but that was the last room he was in before leaving the apartment in its entirety.
Noted.
Seems to be a far space along the... trying to just orientate how Kai has done the world right now. Along the western wall.
As I'm having this conversation, Karen's giving the room a sweep, looking around, seeing what stands out, anything.
Oh, you've walked in?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. No.
Now I'm walking in.
Oh, okay. That's kind of important narration for me to know, especially since the chirp from the security panel on the wall starts letting you know that an entry code is required before the security system starts going off.
Seems we have a security issue. Huh.
Would you like me to assist?
Could you, dear?
I'll see what I can do. I am unfamiliar with this system, however. And Troy, using the connection from himself to Karen's phone, projects himself over the hardware layer to her phone. And is there any network access that he can get to for the security panel?
Give me an investigation roll.
Sweet. That is 0.
Which totals?
Sorry, I forgot to get my character sheet up. One.
Is there any way I could help?
Sure. Yeah, totally. Karen. Well, all right. Karen, explain to me why your 1 in burglary might be able to assist.
You can do this.
In the past, when somebody else has helped me crack into something similar, not this exact system, butting the codex right up against it seemed to make a difference, and they wanted me to do that. So Karen kind of jams it kind of like off to the, not hitting a button, but like smacking the codex kind of into the panel.
In the middle of your scan, Troy, your connection is disrupted because Karen has slammed her codex into these electronics, forcing you to start your scan again. Give me a reroll.
Alrighty. That's another 0. I love the dice. It's all blanks. Does that mean something?
Yeah, wait, what?
Question.
Yes.
Does Krill have access to this footage?
Let's see.
Wait, did the roll work correctly?
I mean, yes, the roll worked correctly. The first time was plus minus. The second time was just all neutrals. He literally rolled a 0.
Yeah.
All
Be a
neutral.
bit hard.
Hey. Don't forget the thing you have. It's called fate points. Don't forget those.
I'm thinking. Might as well, yeah. I mean, a +2 to this would equal a +3 to investigation total. So, okay. Let's invoke not quite a real boy as the fate point, since Troy has, a machine-like mind. I think the idea that he could detect and read the various network and access points is something that he might have an advantage on.
Okay. With a +3, what you realize is that this is a partially remote security system and that the warning signal has already gone out. That when the alert happens, an alert goes out to some sort of centralized server. And what that's waiting for is a disarm code. The device is capable of working with the localized reception of the code, the hashing, and the sending. But the alert has already gone out. And now the alert, the location that has received the alert is waiting for the stand down command.
Alright, Troy does inform Karen that there is already an alert out. It is waiting an access code.
Thank you. The code was somewhat apparent.
Right. I am currently determining to see if I can either perhaps send a I'm currently investigating to see if there's anything I can do on my end. So
I know I can hear this. And Krill's got points of burglary too. Would she be able to know that request probably went directly to his codex? Or would that be an assumption?
That would be an assumption.
Is there a roll I can make to know if it's a smart or a weak assumption?
How many points do you have in burglary?
I think it's only a +1 for now. No, it's a +2.
I'm okay with you asking the model.
Can you... Okay, I've been trying to be quiet. I need to know the model of that panel. Karen, let me see that. Let me see it. Give me that feed as well. All right. Can I do an investigation check or something to identify the model?
Yeah. Give me an investigation check based off your burglary.
That still is a +4 in total.
Okay. So it's a perimeter defense of 5400.
Or defense 5400. Can I now cross-reference that on the web to get an idea of all of its features?
Yes.
Okay.
Do
you need me to roll for that, or
no,
okay?
You're fine. It is capable of the feature you suspect it of. It is all dependent on whether it has been set up either for or by the end user. It is capable of tagging somebody's codex and asking for remote key or biometric scan from it, but that's all dependent on whether somebody has finalized the setup on that device or not.
Got it. Now, I'm going to take that with a safe bet since this man employs extremely techie people. 2 of them, in fact. That if he wasn't capable of setting that up, he would pay someone to set that up for him. So, I'm going to make an assumption here and assume he may have just been alerted on his codex that his door has just tried to be accessed, and it asks for that code on his end. Now, there's no guarantee, matters on if he set it up or not, but Karen, you may have been busted already. You may have been had.
Noted.
Do you have anything on your person that may be useful? A key card of some kind, an ID, something that may activate or may send a signal?
Karen's looking through the wallet, trying a card, holding up the cards nearby, each one.
Give me a roll.
Zero.
Are you holding up all the cards?
Karen's doing each one by one.
Okay. You hold up his ARC ID, Deracology ID. You hold up his ARC ID, nothing happens. You hold up the door NFC card, nothing happens. You hold up the third card, the system chirps, and it goes green.
Beautiful.
I knew writing that down would have benefited us in the future.
Great work, Karen. I'm going to keep eyes on him to see if his path, if he turns around at all. So at this point, Sugar should be at the building, expecting his limo to arrive.
Oh, he's already pulled up. Wow.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Sugar's going to keep eyes on him.
Wait,
Oh,
Patty
he's
just
at the building?
No. At work.
Oh.
At work. Yeah.
Patty just sends a quick thumbs up question mark and then sends no eyes yet here. Period. That's it.
Cool. Now that we've handled that little bit, what else is in the apartment?
You've seen this apartment a billion times. It's a bachelor pad. When you walk in, there's a bowl on a small table to the left that you quickly surmise is probably where, the EDC stuff gets dumped as soon as he walks through the door. As you work through this sort of like large, spacious living area, there's a green balcony off the other side from the opposite where you guys were in front. Out back, there's a green balcony, sort of a little small garden balcony off that you can see that's just past the kitchen. In the living area, it's just generally a large sort of seated entertaining area. Big ass area that you surmise, though it's not on, it's probably the holo screen. It's a big holo screen. On the counter by the kitchen is just a plethora of empty, half empty, and need to be thrown away takeout boxes and containers. Yeah.
Okay. The bowl that's to the left of the door, it's on like a little table?
Yes.
Is it just like a spindly like table, or is it like
It's just got 4 posts, some slats, top raised up, so something can sit on it.
Okay. All right. Karen starts heading deeper into the apartment, trying to look for the back area.
Into the living quarters. As you walk in, there's sort of these frosted doors. As you walk up to what looks to be a doorway, it just sort of slides out of the way, and the lights turn on in there. It's a large sort of master suite. There's an office section, sort of an office work area that's sort of adjacent to it. There's a large bed on a bit of a riser. And there's past that, there's a like dual walk-in, sort of walk-through closet, two-sided. And then you walk through that, and there's a large master bath on the other side with a large bathtub and steam shower.
Karen first heads over to the office section,
Okay.
kind of looking closer in there.
You see a couple of things. There's a holo terminal there. There's a chair next to the mouse for the holo terminal. There's a piece of cloth with yellow stains on it.
I know this smell. All right. Okay. Karen, with the tip of her pinky, pokes at the mouse to see if the screen turns on or anything.
It does. It wakes up immediately. Yeah. It's looking for a passcode. User's already signed in. It just needs to unlock.
Is there anywhere on the desk that might look like it might take a keycard reader?
Give me a roll.
Zero.
No.
Okay. The card that was the security card. Karen takes that and just kind of slides it around all over the desk, just kind of trying it out.
There's nothing that occurs, but you do hear a bit of you hear something hit the ground, a little clink, clink, clink. You've knocked something off the desk.
Okay. I'm gonna try and find that.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Hey, +1.
Near your feet, there's a small poker chip looking object that's got a embossed chrysanthemum on it, and then has on that the letters VIP.
Chrysanthemum. Does anything with a chrysanthemum ring a bell to either of you?
Troy just real quickly opens up Duckett's Google and searches up chrysanthemum, poker chip, gambling, VIP.
Nothing comes up with that combination.
Which casino has a poker chip with a chrysanthemum on it?
You get mixed results, but no definitive answer.
I am not finding anything conclusive. I can narrow my search if you would like.
want to know what this is, but I don't know how to find out with that.
Send us an image.
It's on the codex.
Thank you.
Take several
Krill
photos.
simply reverse image searches with it.
Give me a roll.
+0. I don't know what I'm rolling with right now.
Investigate.
Oh, hell yeah, that's a +3 total.
It is the logo of Club Bloom.
This is Club Bloom's logo.
Do we know anything about Club Bloom?
Troy begins to search up Club Bloom.
It's a fairly hip club in the commerce section. It features a mix of nature and technology. The plants have all been genetically and nano engineered to actually like respond to music and the DJ. It's got a blend of organic and synthetics sort of going on. Troy, if you give me a flat roll, I may give you more.
That's a -1.
I'm not going to give you more.
Alrighty.
You share what information you got?
Yeah, Troy just immediately shares. It is a club in the commerce section that specializes in a blend of synthetic and organic biotechnology.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Apparently, a popular gimmick they employ is that they could possess bioengineered synthetic plants that are able to respond to music. It is apparently an aesthetic thing.
Aesthetics be damned, that's incredible. Krill is going to look up what she can about it herself, due to that is literally what she's obsessed with meaning.
Karen puts the chip back on the desk as best as she can where it may have been with her card swiping around. Just a shot.
Okay.
I'm assuming I was rolling investigation.
Give me 1 sec. Cool. Yes, I assume you want more about Club Bloom.
Yeah, but Krill is also specifically trying to look into how or where they got their specific engineering for their plants.
Okay, give me a roll. You plus. Oh no. Okay, yeah, give me a roll.
Yeah. Can do. That's a +3, so that's a total of +6. With investigate.
Club Bloom publishes a lot of photos, a lot of video, but not a lot of tech. Some of the suspected backers behind this club, though it is a blind corporation, do have attachments. Wives, husbands, spouses, family, who work in associated industries such as Red Sea. So there is the potential here, though you are unsure. There's no specific line that attaches Bloom to anything. How they do what they do is a part of their gimmick. Like that's they're not telling you about that. Like that's a big deal for them. There's lots of video. There's lots of images of the club. As far as it goes, there's, all of these shots of this like golden, prismatic, pollen glitter that's like in the club that lights are refracting and reflecting off of, as these pink and blue neon lights sort of dominate the space. And there's video of the plants literally like swaying and vibing and vibrating, and petals opening and closing and pulsing to the beat of the music. But how they do what they do seems to be a very closely held proprietary secret.
Interesting. Oh, do we want any information about this club outside of my fascinations? I have plenty of footage that now I have access to of club going on, if we were looking for any POIs, but...
If you think it's anything of interest, sure, but... Doesn't seem very important.
For now. No. No, I will look up one last thing. Does the website have any VIP policy?
VIP access available.
That's all it says?
Yep.
Gotcha. VIP access says available, but it seems to also be in... Like, is it a button? Or is it just a headline that says VIP access available?
Just text.
Yeah. It would be something we'd have to personally investigate into knowing someone on the inside, or simply making a good enough impression to make VIP. There's no further information on it. Except for maybe that ship is the VIP access. But that is an assumption.
Okay. I'll consider it, thank you. Tin Man, could you maybe see if you can get in on this little system in front of me? It's a little bit more important, I think.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
All right. Troy is going to attempt to bypass the password lock on the computer. Hacking, I assume?
Correct.
All right.
So
That is...
yeah, so you're accessing via software, because that's the only way
Right.
for you to actually do this. So
Yeah, and I got a -2.
you have a +4 to hack. It is
Right.
you explain to me how you fuck up and yet still succeed.
This is technically going off of some old Windows 98 knowledge, but there's actually a fair few ways to just simply bypass and get around a lot of password locks. Troy opens up the printer settings that are accessible via the start menu, or whatever is the closest equivalent to the start menu of this latest era of technology. And through going through a few back channels and opening up some files and stuff, he's able to just kind of open up the desktop, which is probably alerting the administration software, because Troy didn't forgot to do this as the administrator, or got to set himself administrator permissions.
Okay. So
Oh no.
So, a couple of things happen. One, you get access to the desktop. It's sparse, right? You see there's a VPN into the home emporium, but beyond that, he's got his browser, he's got his email, and that's really about all that exists on this. There's a personal calendar as well, but that's basically all that is on this terminal. So while you think about what you want to do with that, Krill, Derek is now on the move he is walking out of Home Emporium. If you would like to note, he isn't walking with purpose. He isn't running. He is merely exiting the building. Troy.
All right. I think first thing Troy's going to open up is the email.
Okay. You
Heads
receive
up, targets on the move, nonchalant.
you receive a file.
Oh, hello.
There you go.
All right. Troy saves the file into his own databanks. And the next thing he does is he opens up the web browser. And I'm going to guess this is the man that doesn't delete his browser history.
He does not. No.
Judging by a certain rag that Karen found, I'm going to assume that there's a fair few.
It's only porn. It's only porn.
It's only porn.
It's
All
only
right.
porn. Yes.
I had a question. What's he into? Is he gay? Is he straight?
He's straight. He seems to like mid-20s, large racks. He seems to be into a big old rack. But nothing too freaky, nothing too, taboo, nothing too out there. He seems like a very boring, generic straight guy that just likes tits.
No, yeah, I can dig. All right, yeah. The VPN access to the Home Emporium. I'm gonna guess that's just basically going to open up the.
Karen brings Patty into the call.
Yep.
You're across the street still, yeah?
I'm watching. Ready for when he gets here.
I might need to make a quick exit.
Okay, how quick?
Target is on the move towards their vehicle. I assume
Alright.
that's what they're doing. They're on their way to the limo.
Not a limo, but
And
yes.
Patty starts circling around. She's getting to the corner, looking directly ahead at the apartment, just kind of looking at her codex, but waiting for when he's about to pop off there. I'm right at the corner, ready to intercede.
Ooh. I felt that needed to happen. Are you still looking, Mr. Tin Man?
What happens when Troy attempts to access the VPN?
It asks you for a username, a password, and a two-factor security token.
I believe I am. Anything else on here would anything else I attempt to access here would take too much time if time is now suddenly of the essence.
Thank you. Clean yourself up as you go, if you can.
I am already running a cleaning process for my deck.
Cool.
Give me a roll.
All right. It's a -1.
You're fine. It's consumer-grade software.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Karen looks around the room. Anything? There's a nightstand, I'm guessing, next to the bed.
Mhm.
Karen rifles through that real quick.
Nothing really of note. You do, by the nightstand, there's nothing really of note. There's some magazines, popular magazines, that sort of thing, but no.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ, Kai, this is thorough.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
No, never mind.
Any other places I
Feel free to compare those IDs as well. He is now pulling up to the residence.
Okay. As soon as he's pulling up, I'm immediately walking forward. Codex looking. Kind of try not to look directly at him, but very much like keeping an eye on him and seeing when he's coming out, and literally just send a quick message, here, car arrived, and just keep going.
Evac now.
Okay. Karen starts heading out.
Okay.
As she goes, she grabs the chip.
Okay. Let me just go ahead and change this note then.
Replace the chip.
Nope. Karen has the chip.
And as she goes out the door, she takes the wallet, which as she's going, she has replaced the cards back in, drops it behind the table with the bowl onto the floor.
Okay. Okay.
And heads out.
Give me a roll.
+1.
How do you leave?
So the elevator goes right to his apartment, correct? So there's only the one.
Well, there's only one button you can push.
No, there's only one elevator for the building.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, racing. I gotcha.
Yes. Karen hits the second floor.
She's a thinker. Okay. The elevator goes to the second floor. There's nobody in the hallway. From the outside, Patty, you can see Derek park vehicle, or vehicle park itself, and he gets out, enters the building.
And starts running. As soon as he's about to enter the building, she's like purposely looking at her codex, like looking like she's analyzing, and purposely like bumps into him, and she's like, "Hey, what the fuck, man?
You ran into me. What the fuck?
I was walking this straight fucking direction. You're getting in my fucking ass? Get fuck off, man." And she like pushes him just a little bit, like with her shoulder, just enough to throw him out of a dizzy and kind of like piss him off just a little bit.
Give me a roll.
All right. It's a -1, but with provoke, that's a +2.
He pepper sprays you in the face.
Okay, I'm wearing my sunglasses, so it blocks some of it, but not all of it. So she's like, "Motherfucker," and she pushes him hard, like with her shoulder, and then like fucking like is like distracted as she's trying to pretend like she's really, although it stings around her eyes a little bit.
He starts like yelling about how this neighborhood is nothing but shit. These people are nothing but shit. Everybody in this neighborhood is garbage. Never should come back here. Why even bother trying? Fuck you. Fuck this place.
Fuck you. And then she walks off, and Patty just says, he's entering inside, and she's like rubbing her face. It's like, fuck.
He goes inside and walks up to the elevator and reaches inside his jacket and doesn't find his wallet. And immediately just starts screaming, "This fucking town!" He goes over to he immediately starts to go over to the counter, the desk, not the counter, the desk area, and he just starts banging on a door on the side that that says managers, and he just starts fucking banging on this door. Nobody's opening the door though. It's after hours.
He's gonna walk in after hours of frustration and then see his wallet on the floor and he's going to lose it.
He may just have an aneurysm.
As like Patty's walking a bit farther, like just wiping off the rest, and then says, "Are you out?"
I'm still on the second floor, currently looking for stairs.
End of the hallway.
Are they internal stairs, or do they look like
They're internal.
fire stairs?
I mean, they're internal, but, you know, concrete column.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can take the stairs out. Keep an eye on our friend. If he starts heading for another door, I don't want to run into him there.
Give me a roll.
+2.
Karen successfully stealths her way out of the building by literally just walking out the stairs, walking past the elevator bank, walking right past him, screaming and pounding on the door still, and out the front doors. Not much of a stealth mission, but
Erin turns as soon as she gets out the door, start heading back towards the terminal, at least in that direction. Well, Tin Man, I think you got a few things, didn't you?
I did. I will begin reviewing the emails shortly.
Thank you. And Karen takes the coin and flips it in her hand one time before putting it into her purse.
You can see like a brief moment as Patty is like standing in the middle of a bathroom, just washing with cold water to try and get some of the surrounding spots off. It's like burning right now, but she's like, "Fuck, this hurts."
Where'd you find a bathroom?
Fucking at the bar, whatever. And then just kills the feed as she eventually reconnects with Karen. You can see some of the redness around her face. The things I take for you fuckers.
I feel like we're even. Thank you.
Yeah. You got what you needed?
I hope so.
Yeah. Alright, anything else we need here, or are we good to head back?
I think we can head back for now.
Alright, cool. Just send a quick message to Krill and Troy heading back.
Sounds good. See you on the way.
There is no reply from Troy.
Krill would, by this point, have made her way back to base. You two start heading towards the nearest terminal and board the next train back towards Central Station. Does anything of note happen between the two of you on the way?
Do you want to catch up some, grab some buffalo chicken, or maybe some spicy cheese fingers, or
You're like, just because my face is burnt doesn't mean I can't take the spicy shit.
oh, I thought they might help. You know, the feel the burning on the inside matches the outside. Helps with my emotions.
I mean, if you buy me a shot, we can go for some.
Okay, that's a different kind of burn.
Yeah. Patty is just still keeping an eye out. The paranoia has died down, but you know, it's still in the ticking back of her head. Just
You get a message on your codex.
Oh no. What is it?
It's a reminder from the medical facility that you have a medical exam tomorrow.
Yep.
They'd like you to confirm your appointment.
Confirm. And then Patty just says, I've got an appointment tomorrow, 10:30. I'm gonna just get a checkup and shit. I swear, every time I'm expecting some new shit to happen, it's just, oh, here's your next thing. Fucking... I hate being stalked. It fucks with me.
Oh, right. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What did they do this time?
They haven't done anything. That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, like, I've had that riddle, been sitting on that for a good couple days, and the fucking puzzle piece is just, you know, the new one, and I'm like, well, if that shit's connected, then I'm like, ugh. But then, I don't know, like, maybe they're stalking my fucking music playlist now. I don't know. It's frustrating. Just rather it get done so we can move on with our lives, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So we can all move on. Mm-hmm.
Okay, look, I may be stupid, but I'm not retarded. Okay, fuck you.
Hey, you know, we all have our problems, Patty.
Yeah. But anyways, that shit doesn't matter right now. We just gotta get this job done, so... But, yeah. Cool. And as time starts to slip away, I'm guessing you say anything else? No, cool. Eventually making our way back to the base. And then just popping in. Well, we better found something good, because getting pepper sprayed wasn't fun.
Was that your plan?
I was just running distractions so Karen could get out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was totally my plan. Mm-hmm.
I didn't say it was your plan. I was just saying I was trying to help. Okay. Anyways. So what'd we find? What we got?
Troy is still dealing with the information as far as I know.
Okay.
Has anybody looked at what I dropped him?
I saw
Finally
a whole
extracting
file,
it.
but I have not touched it.
I currently am right now.
I'm gonna download this and see what happens here.
So I don't know why I'm afraid to open.
It's fine. It's just a bunch of text files. You're good.
Okay. Like, even Discord's like, this is a potentially dangerous download. Are you sure you want to do this?
I don't think Kai would risk the integrity of NSF that easily with some viruses.
Yet.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's a couple text documents.
A couple.
Open one.
What the fuck am I looking at?
An unnecessary amount of thoroughness.
Hey, fuck you, Kai.
I'm seeing a lot of, like, tildes and shit. Maybe I opened the wrong version of the file.
No.
Thanks, ChatGPT.
Nope. Nope.
Oh shit, that was you?
Nope. These are properly formatted.
Did you, like, pass this through some kind of, like, temporary email system or something? And
No,
like...
I just know how to write an email.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that is a properly... If I changed a couple of details, that email would be accepted by any email server and go to where it was meant to be sent to. Yeah.
Wait, this is a 7-zip file. Let me extract it first. I opened it before extracting.
Some of the IPv6 addresses are null addresses. Not some, all of them are null addresses. The routing conditions are null routing conditions, and it's formatted for a server system that doesn't exist because it's that one in the future. But ultimately, that you could change that .text to a .eml. And that your email software will open that, understand it, and be able to send it if it had a valid direction. These are you're looking at actual. This is what an email looks like when you send it. You don't see that
I've
stuff.
seen this before.
But what you're looking at is an actual email. Not just an, but a fair few.
Like I said, an unnecessary amount of thoroughness.
Yep. Nope. ChatGPT was not really of much use when you want to do something like this. Because if you check, the identifiers between the emails change.
Yeah, you see what happens is Kai spent 30 minutes on actual session prep and spent 4 days getting these written.
That took me 45 minutes.
I wouldn't be once you get the formula down, it's just like change that there, change this there, everything else just kind of stays the same.
So, but that's
what is the current date?
August, I have it written down. Give me a second. August 26th at night.
That's what.
So we.
That's what.
We missed the staff meeting.
This is August 20th. This was August.
And we.
That was 6 days ago.
Why are they not in order?
Because why would I make them in order?
That
I just my autism, man.
I want to make a note here, y'all. Our mole may not still be a mole. The offer Lady Vivian gave may not still hold after that staff meeting about promotions.
When was the staff meeting?
This morning.
Ah.
Aaron Wright.
Oh.
Who's Karen? Okay.
Yeah. That
So we have-
Fun fact. No. What do you think you would have been able to download from the email server originally?
An upcoming staff meeting.
A set of emails with dates that were different?
Who's me?
Sorry.
What were the other areas in the server too?
There was inventory, admin records, drone controls, the auto checkout system, and camera controls.
Training coordinator.
So feel free to take your time, work through the documents. There's not too many.
Yeah,
There's There's enough.
Knowing you might have like just bombed with 1,000 million.
I considered actually generating several hundred.
But sure.
Let ChatGPT handle the text of a bunch of them. I'll handle the ones that matter to me. And then just script generate the emails as I need. And I did consider several hundred. But I'm a kind and benevolent deity. Somebody just found something.
We may be able to make that building extremely awful to be in if we're trying to hurt their business.
Yeah, I noticed that one too.
The faulty HVAC system.
Yep.
It's
Also,
not
he's been
repaired yet. So you're saying?
Troy does relay this in character. They appear to be having an issues with insurance. Derek seems to be either unwilling or unable to pay for insurance. He has already gone through 2 different insurance companies. At least 2 different that I have found so far. I am still processing the information.
When did Troy fail his hack?
Earlier in today's session?
No, the big blunder. That was only like 2 days ago, most, right?
Can you be more specific?
The time you walked
When you
into the
walked in-
spotlight.
Yeah,
Oh,
when you
right.
walked into the security system and then tripped someone up and then immediately left.
I thought you meant a hack roll. Yeah, that was about 2 days ago.
Their security has been upped as of 6 days ago. Perhaps there was a failed attempt before us.
That is likely. It seems most netrunners I run into are a particular bunch. Someone else may have already made an attempt long before I did.
What? Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's your eye on these emails that I think will make the difference.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to just get a basic structure down right now.
Okay, how many employees do we know of?
Oh, no,
Oh,
there we go.
he's back. There
Are
we
you
go.
back?
Doesn't matter.
If I'm
We
recalling
knew of
correctly, yeah, the two.
Alex and what was the she programmer? Can't remember.
Nicole.
Nicole.
Although there was previously someone else that might not be there anymore.
Because I've got a Sarah listed here, which I think we know of like an HR representative that.
You mean Jamie?
Thank you.
Yes, that
No,
one.
so
Sorry.
wait, who's Nicole
Wait.
then?
Sorry, I'm names. I'm focused right now.
Okay. I'm pretty bad with names, but
Yeah, well, I'm trying to organize these goddamn emails, so I'm just getting a notepad so I can get the basic structure. From Laura to Karen. From the electronics department. Interesting.
2 days ago, they've had slow checkouts.
No, but what's interesting so far, speaking of
2 days
working-
ago, when Troy was in the system,
The way it's phrasing is, we've had complaints about slow processing at checkout. Please look into this ASAP and ensure smooth customer experience. In real time, Troy would have only been in there most a minute. So probably not enough to get a load of complaints.
connecting timeline, making sure.
Karen Wright. So Karen requested.
Last week of the month of August, when there was only like.
Yeah, so there's potentially more staff than we think, or some of the staff was recently laid off. I fucking hate you, Kai. But also thanks for letting me use my autism. Okay. Marketing good is a fucking... let's see what time it is. This is Wednesday.
Four days ago, they're having an inventory issue,
It's so fucking important.
and they asked for.
I've just caused Wordy to overclock and get hot. Wordy's like, now I'm sweating. Data.
It's already warm in here,
data,
man.
data analysis. Oh.
Do you have any more?
Also, I think there's something in here for everyone. And like, yes. Yeah. I know like there's something in here that Aspen, just as an adult sort of situation, may notice before anybody else. I know there's plenty in here for Wordy's tism to tismon. There's some details for Caboose's mind, and I think there's some patterns maybe for Karina. So, yes. And you could have had it weeks ago.
You're just like, motherfuckers, you're retarded, so we're just going to send it all now.
Yeah, I am.
It's okay, you're not the only one.
Actually, this existed in 3 separate locations, and there's more that exists elsewhere. But
I've noticed the dates on the file themselves, too.
oh yeah, those aren't the original files either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, we know who community relations is now. It's Lisa. Because we figured out that there was a community relations person whenever we visited the bodega. Or whatever we were calling it. But, yeah. So we know Neat Lisa exists now. Fucking making me have to learn all these goddamn fucking people. Okay. This is 20th. Let me see. August 20th.
Ooh,
What?
James.
Yeah, what about Jamie? James?
That's the Seedy Lenders guy.
Yeah, and
Oh.
he's under a loan shark though, basically. His investor is trying to keep him up to date on payments, insurance, and all that,
Yep.
trying to make sure his assets are in safe. And Derek is falling short of it.
Yeah, he's trying to
the
get
point
a
that
he's trying to get a loan restructure.
Yeah, but that.
Why don't you share the
So that
file
means he-
name you just read?
I'm comparing. Okay, QWKK1XWP. Do I need to say all of it?
No.
With
The first part will get you there.
XC0OXRU.
The first 3
Comparing
letters are
these
all
two.
unique. You just need to share the first 3 letters.
Gotcha. Okay. QWK and XC0.
Okay, this is from Two Tech Team. Okay, and this
What
was...
does that tell you, Karen?
That one was at 9. That was at 9:30.
Timely response.
I didn't read this one. Okay.
There it is.
They want to refinance.
Also
He's,
means they're on.
He is
he's-
under a loan. Yeah.
Mhm.
He's not insured. He's under a loan. He's under. He's failing to meet repayments.
The subject of that email as well. Loan repayment schedule. Yes.
In terms, and what's the response one?
He's-
Testing 1, 2, 3.
He's behind on his payments.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And he's not insured for any of his assets right now, or at least not enough to their loan sharks. Not to their standards, at least.
Okay. That's what that email means. Yeah. Yeah. He's behind on his payments, and they're also unhappy with his lack of insurance. the lack of insurance means he has no way to pay for it if shit gets broken.
Broken,
fucked.
stolen, doesn't matter.
He's fucked.
If you... Even further, he's trying to go to Quick Insure as his safety net. Now, I'm looking through here to see if there's a response from Quick Insure, but I don't think I see one. So he may have not received anything from them. Ironic for their name.
Let's see, this was 2 days ago, correct? Today's the 26th. That's what this thing tomorrow is for. It's not just the community. It's so he can make enough money to pay off his loan.
He's trying to get a temporary boost in sales in order to be able to to make his credit look better comparatively.
Notably, though,
Just to make payments. He's behind.
Where was it specifically, though? He was saying he is a super stickler for his inventory right now because there was... he's getting people to double check all inventory because there was a discrepancy earlier. So his insurance policy is already going to be barking up his nose if he's got a discrepancy policy. If he's got discrepancy and he's supposed to keep track of everything insured and he's already getting that fucked up.
How do you cover losses when you're already experiencing them?
Exactly. And how do you keep track of accurate losses when they seemingly are already slipping through the cracks?
Basically, what it means is if we can fuck him up here, we can fuck him up real bad. He's not just going to take a loss, he's going to take a whole ass hit.
Notably, though, it also seems like a lot of the floor items are producing enough heat that he requires an HVAC system to maintain the room temperature. And it's not because of people's comfort, it's because of this. It is because of the products. If we can make that room hot enough, not only will we be scaring off customers on his biggest day of selling, we will fuck up every turned on appliance in that building.
So we don't even need the robots to really go crazy. All we need to do is fuck up the cooling system.
Yeah, that could be the easiest espionage to do without anyone looking at our hands. Now, don't get me wrong, if we can still get those bots to glitch out and start tearing down the racks in the back rooms, that's going to be even more loss that is not insured. If we have stages of priority 1, get that HVAC system off. Priority 2, while people are trying to worry about that, give Troy an opening to fuck with those machines and make them start tearing down racks. Now, Opportunity 1 is very unlikely to light off notes of it being a purposeful espionage and attack. Once we get to stage 2, though, it will be obvious that it was an attack.
Okay, this is 18th.
I still want to get that make and model of those machines so that Troy could at least practice somehow. Or if there's a way to... Okay, I have an experimental idea that has been sitting on me for a while.
Okay.
Krill kind of points to the spine implement she has. This is boosting my network capabilities. It is only a prototype. My next mode would be creating artificial, truthfully, I would love to get my hands on some real brain to make it a bit easier, or if I had access to the right material cloning tanks, I'd love to get my own brain a little expanded in there. But an artificial brain could still expand one's network capability and take some stress off while expanding their, means of taking on larger networks. The human brain is running that entire facility. If I created a secondary brain for Troy to tap into, that could give him the space he needed to run that facility without it chugging and letting everyone obviously know there's been a security breach. But that would require our internal Alex to still step down, or at least let Troy in and try not to set any triggers off.
What specifically are you proposing?
I suspect if you take over that building, you will not be able to withstand everything going on in there. And more than likely, trying to network with all of the drones from a distance won't just tax your system. The building will be taxed to a point of being slowed, and let security know.
I'm not entirely certain that's how that works.
Karen, ding.
Oh.
Oh, I have a message from Miss V. Huh. Okay. Alex said he wants to take the job but wants out right away. He's apparently eager to get out of that building and his sister to their doctor, and would like to quit Friday morning before his shift and just walk out before having to deal with some big sale they're having that day. Sale day they're having, yes.
Okay. And it sounds like
time. Sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like the date of our attack should be Friday morning.
Interesting.
What?
Good to know that he wasn't sold on that promotional meeting.
Okay, that's actually weird. Message 82 in. The delay between I think the initial message sending and the initial receiving, there's like a 4-hour delay between that.
And that was on the 20th.
Yes. I don't know if that's important, but I just noticed that detail.
It absolutely is important because that is correlated to their security issue.
Cool. Somebody else can put that together. I'm just organizing.
Nope. Good detail. Looks like even August 15th, they're still having decent delays between sending and receiving. Oh, it's just an hour and a bit, but...
Yeah. It's not, like, the worst, but... That either means somebody is purposely causing issues, or there's some internal component, whether it be the operators or the system itself, that is faulty. Now, that plays potentially into the discrepancy between the... Is the system... What is wrong with the system? Why is it not communicating well? Troy, you're on that, okay? Just those questions.
Perhaps there was inadequate hardware.
I mean...
Not to sound cruel, but the human brain, being your hardware, has both positives and heavy limitations. Like requiring and relying on stimulants to keep it active and high functioning.
I'm not entirely certain that it is the Netrunner that is sharing the processing power of the server that he's working on. I believe it is just a form of interface. A form of interface that is quicker and more efficient than typical terminal access. it sounds like he might. I do not yet know the reasons why, but it sounds like he may be using substandard hardware.
Well,
From
if
what
he's
I am
having-
gathering, he does seem to be rather cheap.
Well, the question comes is it which operator is acting that time? Because if it's one operator versus the other, right, it could be using substandard equipment. Sorry, I'm in wordy mode, not patty mode right now. Substandard equipment, basically having to pay for his sister's own medical funds, making him rely on less than optimized equipment.
I don't think the Netrunners bring their own equipment.
No, the Netrunners would be installed with what Home Emporium installs them with. I'm going to, like, this is Karina talking. I genuinely disagree with you, Caboose. I do think they're using the human brain as the processing power here.
Well, that's what they're keeping the whole store going.
Yeah. They're taking on majority of the load of every calculation going on in there. There may be some server space, there may be some other thing, but they are the system.
Maybe, yeah.
If we can make it look like Alex has logged in, but it's actually Troy, we can do as much as we can under a guise. And do all that we need to, and then get out. If Alex just doesn't show up to his job, and the server doesn't maintain the way they're expecting it to, though, every security protocol is going to go up. We need to make them think everything is going as planned up until the moment we activate.
So here's
Oh, go ahead.
Here's the one issue. We currently aren't in communication with Alex directly. I could possibly go down that route. Right now, all we know is that Derek is going to be shorthanded the day of his big sale. So he's going to be scrambling on that.
He's only got 2 net runners capable of running a store. They may ask Jamie to maintain. She will probably already be stimmed out by that point, and they will be overclocking her hard to maintain it.
It's possible there's a temp service he would contact and shell out money for. He normally wouldn't, but he might for that day. If she's unable to, or unwilling. But either way, we don't have an in that way necessarily. We have influenced it in the manner of, we're fucking with his business. End goal, that's what we want.
Just tell me when you need me to get back into patty mode.
Keep chucking away at those emails, hon.
Yeah, keep comparing info for now. That's still useful.
Can't focus on it. I want to, but I can't.
It's okay. I can. I have to.
Exactly.
I'd have to shut Krill off to fully look through them, because she will just start Machiavellian creating plans before I'm done looking all the info.
Yeah.
I've consumed a fair bit of it.
Hard time. Karen can't do this shit, so yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to think about the best way to shut down that AC unit.
Well, they shut down when they get overloaded.
They do. But if we do it entirely digital, there is a chance that they just simply reboot the system quick enough and get it back up and running.
Well, that's so if the AC unit is not working good enough, in my head, the AC unit can't provide enough cooling. If we give it more heat, then it really can't keep up no matter what. And when it turns off, that's because it's needing a break. I don't think it's a off and then you just flip a switch and you can turn it back on. I think it has to sit.
Is it sitting long enough for things to malfunction? Is my thought, though. I may have a bit more of percussive engineering in mind.
How so?
Might not be the hardest to have a drone simply fly onto the roof and fuck with some of the intake vents.
Ah, you mean the AC unit, like, outside?
Gotta get its fresh air from somewhere.
Do we have eyes on the roof?
I do right now. Kai, what are we looking at? Is there
No,
a big
you don't
box
have eyes.
AC unit
You don't
on
have
this?
eyes on the roof, but you could definitely get one of your drones tasked to get up there.
Yep. Chip, we need a vertical view. Upwards, please.
It is a standard commercial building structure. There are several AC units spread throughout the top of the building that provide commercial cooling.
On it.
What time would we say the time dilation that's occurred? Would we say it's about 2:18 a.m. yet?
That's a very specific number. I didn't even know we were at the AMs yet.
Okay. I figured this has been going on for a while. Nighttime is when you started the break-in, the transit, the planning.
Okay, let's just say on the table a holographic projection of what we're thinking is going on, and we've got monitors dedicated to the screens, and yeah, it's hit 2:18 a.m.
The Flex Prize security vehicle pulls up into the parking lot and does a lap around the building and then leaves.
Mark that time. 2:18 a.m.
When did they come by last time?
We don't have that time. Or, no, we actually saw them drive past for a split second through Snip's eyes, so I would have that footage.
4:05 p.m.
4:05. So they might be making around every 8 hours. Give or take. Traffic. Oh wait, no, 2 a.m. That would be 10 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's probably roughly twice a day. Stop by. Likely in the afternoon, but we don't have footage for the full morning, do we yet?
No. And the drones have already been there for give or take 4 hours. We still got another 12 of them being good before Trix has to receive the iBots. Drones still have battery for like another 2 days, but yeah, our iBots are more limited in that way.
What's the temperature for tomorrow? Aaron
Okay,
looks
Google.
that up now.
Sorry.
Give me one sec.
Sorry, you were saying, Kai?
I said, give me one sec.
Yeah.
72 degrees. It's going to be your high.
Okay.
Unusually warm for summer in San Francisco.
It's August.
You don't know San Francisco's weather.
It'll be 72 degrees high, 60 degrees low.
Cloudy, clear.
Predicted to be clear. Could be a chance of afternoon rain.
Okay, I just wanted to note something. JRF, the time messaging, it has a discrepancy. So typically the date, the time goes between 2-2 or dash or whatever, and then goes to the next response. And there's been a time delay between a lot of them. But what this one specifically does is it goes one dot dot 3 numbers dot dot 2 numbers. I don't know if that's important, but that's just something I noticed.
Which one was it?
JRF.
Ignore that.
Typo.
I found a typo.
Simple transcription error.
Yes.
Yeah.
It happens.
I know.
Great.
I'm just proud that I found it.
Okay.
Autism go Bert.
Karen, does Alex have a time did he say when his shift starts?
No. I read the message to you verbatim.
Before morning.
Content.
Somebody learned that lesson.
Hey,
Yes, I did.
Kai, any chance that our gun is our gun store open 24/7?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, it is. The Gun Emporium? Yeah.
Lee's Discount Armor and Firearms.
okay.
What are you thinking of?
Once shit starts going off, unless our plan is to leave without a trace and everything goes wrong, I would like to have the means of making sure things go wrong in our favor.
Can you be 20% less cryptic?
Got it. I want to get some plastic explosive and make some detonation. I want to make some prime detonators for those HVAC units on the roof.
Weren't you worried about blowing things up?
Can't we just clip the power? Or, like, the things going between them? Just disable them. So that to get them working, he has to have an emergency crew come out to repair it. And while they're doing that, somebody's trying to hack into their system, possibly. Maybe something else going on simultaneously. All while they have a backup person and or a very strung out, very stimmed up person running. Maybe walking out instead of having to deal with getting hacked during all this BS.
Maybe. My only issue with simply cutting the wires is it is a minor expense to fix. And we are trying to hurt his bank account. He seems too cheap. He doesn't seem like the kind of person to want to replace a whole HVAC unit, but getting an electrician to come in and lay some new wire, simple.
Poke a hole in them. Let the magic smoke out.
That's what I'm doing. I don't want something so big that we're blowing a hole in the roof. I just want something big enough to make them faulty.
Almost done. This is 25th.
Yeah, what would be the best way to do that?
My thought, a little bit of plastic explosive, inside the vent and at the roof system and blast it open. We're not going to go through it. We're not going to endanger people. But we are going to screw up its whole system. We're not even going to really light a fire for the means that we're doing. Hopefully. Unless that roof is extremely flammable. We should be safe. I'm pretty sure it was corrugated metal from what I recall.
Okay. 18.
I mean,
18.
they'd evacuate if there was a fire.
Probably. Again, that nightmare I saw. I fucked up. And I don't want that to be a reality. Putting the public in danger too much puts too much heat on us. Putting this business at risk isn't going to do the same. As long as NSF PD doesn't need to do a, in-depth exploration on the public's, defense, we should be okay.
Is it possible to install some kind of cutting implement on your drones?
Absolutely. To
Some
be
kind of
honest,
laser cutter.
to be honest, I have been considering putting a micro manufacturer on one of them, which would allow them to deconstruct as well as construct. Similar to the arms.
Sounds really complicated.
Not like a little, but actually not as much as you would think.
We'll
Could
get to
something like-
that.
Could something like that be constructed before Friday morning?
20th.
If I started now, we got Sugar back here. She has the best knife and my lab assistant in that way.
If anything goes wrong, do you have time to correct it?
It'll be close, but I should be able to. I have the schematics, perfect detail to recreate one of these armatures, and I can already make my modifications while Sugar's on her way here. I still would like our backup plan in case anything goes wrong. If anyone would like to go get me some plastic explosive.
Daddy's like, sure, I can do that.
So the
Aaron, you look like you have.
you're trying to make for your drone is a construct arm to deconstruct or construct things. How fast can that deconstruct things? How is it doing it again? Isn't it atom by atom?
It goes in layers. It goes large deconstruction, and then it eventually slowly lowers its scale to atom deconstruction when you want a raw material. And Krill just throws some scrap on the table as the arms just start cutting it in two. They absolutely can do controlled deconstruction first and foremost to break things down easier.
Okay. If this is just as fast as just
Basically, is installing it.
Okay. I'm down. If you think you can make it happen, if it's not too complicated.
Heck, you know what I'll do? I think I can half construct one just for its deconstruction capability and have the construction side of it built at a later date.
Mention it, Troy.
What?
Are you muted? What's going on
not.
here?
I'm just trying to decide, is that something Troy would suggest?
That's something Krill would suggest, but also
Maybe Troy really likes trains and so knows about how they weld the rails together.
First of all, I find that offensive.
oh, come on. Troy's autistic too. We know this.
What am I missing?
I'll say Troy has consumed a fair bit of media and just his little soul-searching thing. I don't know, some movie he's watched, somewhere, something he searched up had to come up, and it hits him. Have we considered the compound known as thermite?
Side metal explosion could work.
Thermite is not an explosive.
Well, it is not. It is a very powerful blast of heat in a single location.
It's a fire that's hard to put out. As Karen's searching thermite.
It burns itself out in no time, though. It is extremely hot for a moment.
We only need a moment in order to disable these, in order to disable the air conditioning units that you were referring to.
I'm reading here it can be hard to ignite.
It is.
Nope.
It usually takes a bit of plasma charge or something of that heat to ignite it in the first place.
Nope. Messed up somewhere. I'm having to quickly run back through them.
Oh, that is hot. 1,500 degrees C.
I'm finding it interesting that we've gone from matter constructor deconstructor, well, pew pew, to matter constructor deconstructor, to plastique, to thermite. And what we're talking about is punching a hole in a copper coil.
Overthinking it.
Yep.
We
Yes.
are overthinking it, and that's I'm gonna be real. I think the plastic explosive was just my most simple idea. I was just trying to keep it simple. You just make a little ball of it, put it in the vent, boom. If you want it quiet, I can make the deconstruction system. But if we want it done, simple and easy, we're just making some small bombs. Heck, I can make thermal detonators here, but they're a little different, and I think I have the chemicals around to do it. But
Let's just do the plastic.
okay,
We can set it up. We'll set up detonators. It'll all go at once.
simple.
Mhm.
Any
Make it literally
Arguments.
unusable for the rest of the day. That's
should be
what we want.
unusable. Perfect case scenario is just unusable. But yes. All right.
The only other thing I would think of to accelerate all of it is to make the store even more unbearable by somehow making it even hotter, but
Though I will be honest, all of those electronic devices in there that are running should be doing that on their own.
they'll do it fine. I'm just overthinking again. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need a fire in there. It will become unbearably hot in there, just as is, without these HVAC units. And it'll spoil all the food too, given enough time.
Okay, that's the 51, and then the Q.
One of those HVAC units is probably feeding the freezers.
Huh.
Roy, can you, do you need any preparation for the second half of the idea? Is there any
One-
concerns or you have about saying, Karen?
One last thing we might do is send an email to the lending agent to invite them out tomorrow. Maybe have them come and visit the lovely event that the business is putting on. We have
Can you do that
email
without,
information.
Can you do that without pointing fingers at us?
Easily.
Just poses the community relations.
And I don't have any disagreements there, as long as it stays safe on our end.
What all do we need to have on location day of? Anything?
If I make the detonators graspable by the same system that Trix has the iPods in, she can just deliver them without any further modifications to drones.
Okay. So the most we'll need is someone to pick up the drones after they've delivered the plastique.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can detonate as we drive away. Well, we should hang out and at least watch what we're doing, of course. Keep an eye on it.
I'm understanding a precipice of events. Troy attacks from the net after Alex leaves. Or right around the time Alex is supposed to leave.
Well, Alex is not showing up to work Friday. He's quitting before his shift.
Right, so just around that time is Troy attacks from the net.
Well,
No.
we actually have to consider something. Jamie's not going to get out of the system until Alex shows up.
We're not exactly sure how the swap happens, but
Yeah.
Alex is not going to be there. That will require Jamie or a backup. Once the backup, the less optimal operator is there, then we mess with the HVAC. We wait. Make sure that's doing what we intend in making the building unbearable. Once the building is unbearable, Troy can attack. Hopefully that will cause even more of an issue.
Yes. I will say there is always a chance the moment the HVACs go down, they up the internal security. This is why Troy, your end is the part 2. We can take it or leave the drones messing with the racks, but we can't take or leave the HVACs going down and making today basically an unprofitable day. If you feel unsafe at all, if you feel like you're at risk during your interception, during your intrusion, you just get out. I don't want you to be surrounded by security. I don't want you to be compromised. Look out for yourself in there. If you think you can do it, but don't risk yourself.
Patty hops in. Okay, look.
Wait, was that in character?
Hmm?
Was that in character?
Yeah.
Shit, my bad.
Patty's saying to Troy, don't be afraid to take a few hits. Don't be afraid to deal some damage. Just, if things get too dicey, be able to pop out, all right? Don't flee at the first moment's notice, right? You're in there, you're trying to get some work done. You're probably going to take a few rounds, be able to throw some back. Just know your limit, right?
I will have to see when I'm in.
All right, well, don't die. That's the main goal. Don't die.
Technically, I was never alive.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to agree with Patty on that one. Yes, you are, Troy.
You can take some few hits, but as long as you keep standing, then you'll be good to go, right? Just make sure you don't take too many hits.
If you feel like someone's trying to get into your system from their end, though, get out.
Or fight them off, it's up to you. I had faith in Troy. I bet he can do it.
I have faith in Troy's capability, but if we're had at that moment, every other action we do immediately is pointed back at us.
So the goal is to cost him money if we manage to make him look bad to his investors, if that's mainly what we're trying to do with this as well, make this day look really bad. Ah, this is good enough. Never mind me.
So, Patty, so just to make sure, we're basically fucking with their cooling shit, and then when that starts fucking up, things go haywire. Troy gets in, starts fucking with their shit. If they start coming hard after him, he pops out, but trying basically just to fuck him up enough.
It's icing on the cake that's already happening.
Cool.
It is icing on the cake that's already happening. And I like Karen's idea. If we can absolutely get his investors there that day, that adds a blow even more to his safety net. People are less likely going to want to cover his ass after this.
Do we need anybody to be there in person? What are we doing?
I should be at least close enough to get the drones back to me and into a safe, hopefully, signal-proof box, so that in case anyone clocks them for what they're doing, they can't follow their signal any further.
Okay. So basically, we'll need like a car to get a quick in and out.
Yes.
Okay. I can drive that and then get you in and then get you out. We don't have to ever step outside. We'll probably want the helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe I should accompany Patty in the car.
Yeah. Be able to get your shit in and fuck with them without being at the base.
That would be probably the best solution. I do have one other suggestion, though.
Okay.
A compromise to myself is not always a guaranteed instantaneous problem. Most likely the first thing they will gather is my current location, which will likely pinpoint us not specifically to Patty's car, but where Patty's car is parked. If that happens, all we need to do is to move, and I can just disable my connection momentarily. Perhaps we should determine a minimum of 3 rendezvous points, in case I am compromised.
Aren't you going to be in the car?
Yes, the car will have to move.
If Troy puts himself in standby mode, then they won't be able to follow his signal or anything like that. And if we move, we are pretty much invisible. And if you and I are in the car as well, Patty, and anyone else we need to pick up or the drones we need to get to can simply get the new location from us with ease.
Okay. Well,
Standby mode will be unnecessary. I merely need to close off my connection. I will be unable to communicate with anyone, though, at least besides Patty.
I'll be in the car as well.
if you're cutting off your connection, will you be able to communicate through our codexes at all, or just...
I will be able to speak to you personally. I will not be able.
You'll be in the body, but got it. Cool.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So
You're gonna
basically,
use your eardrums.
Correct.
So basically, what I'm hearing is car, Krill sends drones, fuck with cooling systems. Troy hits car with us. We roll around and we're just chilling. And then he hops into the systems, fuck with the systems, and if shit starts popping out, he'll go into full on like lockdown. And then we'll get the drones, get them in lockdown, and then just slowly pull out.
Yes.
Okay. You know, I usually prefer a little bit of a run and gun and going in there, but you know, if it works, it works.
Aaron, is there any on-site schmoozing you wish to do in this situation? Do you wish to try and turn anyone's heads at the right opportune time? Or do you think this is best untouched and let any investors or people of interest there just witness it as it happens?
I would like to be around. Since everyone else is going to be there, might as well come along. But I can see how it might be useful if the investors do show up. well-placed complaint here and there might set someone off.
Would you be willing to be in the building when the AC goes off? So that you can be one of the people complaining about how hot it got in there so quickly?
I could, but I'm the most recognizable to Derek.
Recognizable as a person of the community.
Yes. I'd be down.
So we get a car, drop you off somewhere near. You can make your way there, and then chill out in a spot. Krill starts doing her thing, Troy starts doing his thing, and then go from there. And then as soon as shit starts going off, you're complaining, and I'm letting them pull the shit out, and then we're pulling out. And then you'll go around the way and then make your way back, or do you want us to pick you up somewhere else?
I could
You
just
want us to pick you up at the bar or something, or do you want to meet us at the rendezvous point?
I'll meet you at the rendezvous.
Okay. Where's the rendezvous going to be?
Let's make rendezvous 1 the bar. It is across the street.
Seems a little too close for me.
That's a little close.
Okay.
And very inconspicuous.
Very conspicuous.
I feel like an establishment that serves the public is actually a bit inconspicuous, but
Well, it's a
fair
little
enough.
too close. That's the problem. Okay. Let me see here. We got. Let me pull up the map here.
We don't have
It's uninconspicuous.
every individual street.
Hmm?
Sorry?
I said it's uninconspicuous.
Uninconspicuous.
Yes.
Alright. Well, let me see here. There is Budget Cred Suites that's just like a block or two down if you want us to pick you up there.
Yeah, a couple blocks away would be great. Yes.
Cool. Alright. So rendezvous, Budget Cred Suites. We'll drive there, park, pick you up, and then we'll make our way around.
Mhm. I'm not going to want to be in the building when the pew goes off, just in case. I will go in not
Valid.
long after.
So, are we done for tonight's planning?
I think we are.
Okay. Then what we will say is that sometime over the night, Krill and Patty, in the wee hours, visited Lee's and got the small amount of plastique that was necessary for the job. It's
A little bit more, but yeah.
it's very much a Trader Joe's Whole Foods situation, where you're weighing out the plastique and sort of, take sort of bulk plastique sort of purchasing, bring your own container, sort of situation.
Just using a butter knife on a scale, getting exactly what we want.
Yep.
And Patty's just like sitting there with the sunglasses that she's just watching.
Paying by the gram, as you portion out your plastique. The next morning rolls around. Patty's alarm clock wakes her up at what time?
Probably close to 8:45.
Okay.
Just enough time to wake up, do a little stretching, and then make her way.
All right, plenty of time to get a little exercise in, get a little morning protein shake in. And Patty heads down to the Shard's premier medical facility for her group intake medical exam. Long time coming. Get on the group plan.
Yep.
As you walk in, Terrence sitting there, looks at you, and would you like to do that overnight, Troy?
Yeah.
Okay, describe.
Troy just has a few more techniques and ideas on how to properly instance the code for the clones to spawn more than one clone
Okay.
and to set a number of clones.
Okay.
Do I
Yep.
do a roll?
Yep.
All right,
We're
craft roll.
crafting. Let's go.
Get your,
I wasn't intending to interrupt.
it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Get your Naruto on.
That's a -1.
So, what went wrong?
Okay, so Troy tries to encapsulate the code into an object class so that each clone is its own instance. However, he forgot that when he has to create an object class, he has to create an abstract class to reference. So he's going to write a real quick abstract class to reference his objects.
Okay.
And try again.
All right.
What language does Troy use?
That's a 0. So that's all right. Troy is going to pass the objects into a multivariable list array and use that to instance the various clones.
Okay.
That is again a +0. When instancing the clones, Troy made a mistake that humans make, and somehow he has made. He forgot that arrays starts at 0. He was referencing the wrong part somehow.
It's a very fundamental mistake for Troy to make.
I know. I'm pulling something out of my ass just to get more rolls in.
All right. Give me a roll.
A -1.
Troy is now like distracted and partially consumed by the idea that he starts spiraling. There's no way that he should ever have mistakenly started an array at 1. So that's something that only humans do. And so now Troy is spiraling.
Troy's having an existential crisis.
Yes. Yeah, Troy's worried that maybe he is human, maybe he's too human, maybe he's been hanging around with humans too much. Maybe Troy's having but it's not even his first existential crisis, but Troy's having an existential crisis. So Troy spends a good portion of the rest of the evening running diagnostics on himself and trying to find out what went wrong, not in the code, but in his approach to the code.
Troy needs to do a little soul searching.
Yes.
Getting that done would be so helpful for him.
So yeah, we'll circle back around in the wee hours, but so as the clock approaches 0 on your mission. So as Patty walks, how does Patty get to the shard?
You're just taking the transport and just making
Cool.
her way.
Yeah,
just easy peasy.
coming through the entrance. The entrance, of course, charges you. It's Thursday morning. So they're gonna want 35 creds to enter the shard.
I mean, I hate paying 35 creds, but it's fine. I accept that.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
You get a general admission pass as you swipe your codex to the you scan the hollow code with your codex. You enter, and there's sort of the punch in the face of the mix of the smells of the shard. There's the ever-present sort of sweat and blood and sort of this scent of human Is
Patty
it cooling
does
in there?
kind of enjoy that smell. It's a little bit of that gym feeling mixed with kind of the thoroughfare of the blood. She's
And
like she's at home.
Mixed with burgers and fries and hot dogs and Japanese food, and
She enjoys that less.
yeah, it is a multitude of foods stacked immediately on top of this smell of humanity.
Like Dalton.
As you break right and head towards the medical facility, you walk in and it is, it's 10:30. They've already been a few patients down, sort of thing. Early morning emergency, few regular patients seen. As you walk up, Terrence sort of glances at you and says, "Appointment?"
Yep. Patty coming in for my checkup.
Okay. Yep. I see you. 10:30 here. I'm gonna need you to fill out these forms.
All right. Just takes the panel and just starts running through. It's just basic shit for her. She's just filling it out, and it takes like a minute or two, and then she sets it back. There you go.
Okay. Well, then the nurse will be right out to see you.
All right. Patty just sits down waiting for the call. Just any kind of weirdos sitting around, or just morning people?
Morning people.
The worst kinds of people.
Yeah. It's 10:30 in the morning. I mean, there's some degenerates out in the hallway. Like, 10:30 at the Shard on a Thursday morning. You got some degenerate gamblers. You got some people that are stimmed up. You've got, gangbangers making the rounds also for protection money and that sort of thing. But generally speaking, in the medical center, in the medical facility, it's relatively empty. They don't have a huge turnover on regular patients. They do a lot of their work in the Shard. But just sort of morning people.
Patty is drinking is having like a cup of coffee to at least like keep her awake in this moment. So like the glasses are hiding the like kind of disdain she has for the like fucking morning people.
I mean, morning people are functionally an oppressive class. So
yes, I saw that. It was so good.
Yes, they are. I do believe that is truth. Eventually, Nurse Joy.
I always tell you how you should live your life.
Nurse Joy comes out, and says, "Patty Stillman."
Right here.
All right. And she just sort of guides you back to exam room 1. Okay. I'll do some basic vital signs checks. I see you're doing a patient intake exam today.
Yep. And then just a brief consult about potentially some cybernetic upgrades, but not really any planning for anything there yet.
Okay. Well, I'll see. We'll see. You can talk to the doctor about that. So I'm gonna need you to remove your jacket.
No problem.
She pulls out a sphygmomanometer, and get fucked. I can drop that. Blood pressure cuff for everybody else. She pulls out a sphygmomanometer and wraps around your arm. It just self-inflates, does some quick blood pressure. Your blood pressure is 131 over 92. She goes, "That's a bit high, but you've been moving around, so,
Yeah, to be fair, I deal with a decent amount of stress, so.
Interesting." She just takes real quick, wipes across your forehead, grabs your temperature. She goes, "Okay, 98.4, looks good." And let's see. All right. The doctor will be right in. Doc Mack will be right in to finish the exam.
No problem, thanks.
You then proceed to wait 24 minutes in that
And
waiting
Patty's
room.
just like got her like fucking codex, just watching the time tick by. Like she's actually got a bit of a personal record to see who's like the longest. because she's been in offices a fair few times. So
Yep.
this is probably hitting close to 6th place.
All right.
So a bit of waiting time, but not the longest she's waited.
All right. So you finish up the exam, and there's the inevitable, like, as the door opens, right? And there's standing there's Doc Mac. He has a gentle demeanor, fairly young, still vibrant. He's like, "Oh, thanks for waiting."
No problem. Just getting a checkup.
He looks at the chart. He goes, "So is there any medical history or any specific concerns or current symptoms that I should be aware of?"
I mean, I'm pretty well in shape, but I do deal with a decent bit of stress.
As you're
line of work
talking,
kind of shit.
he's walked up to you and he started doing a head and neck exam. He's palpating your lymph nodes and checks your thyroid and starts, just going, yep, as you're talking.
Yeah. Well, just decent bit of stress. So heart rate gets up a lot. And then, like I'm already in shape enough, so it's not going to bother me too much. But I do drink a lot. Not going to lie about that. I drink a lot.
He's moving around. He's got the otoscope out, and he's examining your ears as you talk. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have supplemental injections to help my liver compensate for how much I take. I go primarily on the hip, so I can get in there as quickly as possible.
Pen light is out. All right, just follow the light with your eyes. Right. Okay. Open. Say ah. All right. Now, just gonna really quickly listen to your lungs here. And he pulls out a stethoscope. Breathe in deeply, and exhale, and in, and exhale. As he moves the stethoscope from bottom to top, left to right, and in. And exhale, and he moves around to the back, top, bottom, and in, and exhale. All right, I'm just gonna listen to your heart here for a second. Just relax.
Yeah.
And he's got the stethoscope, and he lifts your shirt up, and you've now got the cold stethoscope head on your chest. Mm-hmm. That's always fun. He just listens for a second. Okay, I'm going to need you just to lie back, relax. I'm just going to do an abdominal examination.
All right. Just pulls up my shirt, sees like the nice figure.
Mm-hmm. He takes 2 fingers on his hand, places it on your abdomen, and you can hear the resonance in your own chest. Like you can actually, you can feel it's like a drum beat. It really is. He moves around. He takes his hand and palpates a little deeper onto your liver. Okay.
So what are we looking at there?
It's fine. It's fine. Just just go ahead and gonna have you stand up now.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do some range of motion tests. Just flexibility, strength. We're just gonna check some of your limbs, and. All right. He has you, hold your arm up and move it up over your head, move your other hand up and you move the other hand. Okay, can you lift your right knee? Can you lift your left knee? All right, go ahead and give
it's all pretty fucking limber.
Can you give a sit down now? Just okay. And let me do a series of reflex tests here. And he just starts working his way up. He taps your ankle, he taps your knee with a hammer. There's some jerk. He goes, okay, just give me your arm, just relax. Relax, and taps your elbow, gets a little jerk out of your arm. He goes, okay. All right, now I'm going to step out for a second, and we're going to do a dermatological exam. I'm going to need you to strip. There's a gown right there, and I'll be right back in.
All right. Takes a quick minute. Patty gets all dressed down, puts on the gown.
Comes right back in. And he goes, okay, I'm just going to, once over on the skin, make sure there's no lesions, nothing, unnecessary that we catch right now on intake. Go forward. And he pulls out a dermatoscope, starts looking at, just scanning, looking. He gets right up in there. This is probably one of the most thorough exams that you've had.
I'm paying for it. Better be.
Exactly. He finishes. He's like, okay, all right. Well, you look to be in pretty good health. I would like to get a body scan on you. Your liver does, despite injections, seem to be a bit inflamed. It could be scar tissue for all I know. I don't know. It could be fatty liver. It could be, some sclerosis from years of drinking. But who knows? Let's just get an image of it now, and we can address it moving forward, and we can know.
Is that gonna cost much more?
I mean, a little extra, but it's worth it.
Okay, but can you just give me a number?
Terrence handles the front desk. I really don't,
Okay, but if that charges me 200 creds more, get out of your ass. And
so he walks you across the hallway. As you open the door and you walk across the hallway, the breeze sort of hits your bare ass.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice ass, but it's fucking cold.
As you go into the room across the hallway for the full body scan, you just stand in place. You place your feet right on the marker. He goes, okay, just stay still, don't move. He steps out of the room, and a pair of arms come out, wands extend out from those, and they just spin around you all the way down, and they retract all the way up, and then the arms retract in. And he goes, okay. Yep, just go on back to the exam room. You can put your clothes back on, and I'll be in a few minutes after I get a look at these scans.
All right, cool. Just quickly pop back in, put everything on, and just kind of chills until he comes back and just waits.
He comes in after a few minutes. He goes, it looks like your liver's taken a little beating over the years. It's not too bad. I would say it looks a bit older than what you are. So I think what we'll do is we'll just I'll get a small sample of your blood. We'll get a full panel done on you. We can just check some liver enzymes, and we can check a full CBC on you just to keep track. That way, moving forward, if anything does develop, we know what your baseline looks like.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Doc. I'm thinking about an interest in an upgrade for myself, and then I might just get the fucking a mechanical liver at some point, just to fucking not deal with that anymore.
That's fine. I think if you're concerned for the cost of a body scan, maybe a liver upgrade, organ swap is, it will be costly. Full surgery plus organ transplant. That's
but if I get that up front, give enough creds, then I'll be good to go for a long while.
I will put that in your chart. Moving forward, we can note that you're possibly interested in that. So just go ahead. Let me see. Yeah, I'll take the left arm. And he ties a band around your upper arm. Waits a minute. Goes, no, you can just relax your hand. And slides a needle in. He is a doctor and a surgeon, not a phlebotomist.
No. Okay, this is the worst part, because I had Accutane as a kid, and I had to get so much blood work done, and the doctors and nurses were the worst at it.
Phlebotomists do it all day, every day. It is an art. Yep. It is an art and a craft, and they are good at it. Doctors, and depending on the nurse, tend not to be. He is a doctor and a surgeon, not a phlebotomist. So there's
after the third time.
There's a little bit of digging around, not so much, repeated pokes, but more sort of trying to get stop rolling, and and he eventually gets it. and he takes three large tubes, three large vac tubes plus a smaller tube, and it goes okay, and a little piece of cotton there, and a little absorbent material, and okay. All right, then yeah, we'll get this sent off for analysis. You look good so far, but yep, as I understand it, this is your group exam intake. So yeah, whatever plan that your crew, your business has set up with us, then yeah, provided everything checks out, you should be covered under that group plan now.
I'm probably going to have to pay for the creds on my end. Getting an exact plan not fully set up, so...
You know, again, Terrence handles all that from the front desk, but as far as my side side is, you're done.
Okay. Before you go, though, can we talk about, like, potential upgrades? I'm curious, like, just talking, not even any committing.
I mean, we can do everything from a whole body swap for Netrunner units all the way down to individual digits or anything in between.
I mean, I was the chick who brought in my fucking friend who got the whole brain replacement shit.
Oh, Krill. How is Krill doing?
Oh, she's doing great. It took her a minute to kind of get used to it, but she's thriving.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That's good to know. So yeah, what exactly are you interested in having done then?
So I've got a couple, right? I've got my eyes and I've got my hands. I was med tech in a past life kind of shit. I was thinking I do like a lot of on the ground kind of shit, and that makes me have to like take a lot of impact, like, you know, running around, jumping, kind of landing and shit. I was curious about like what it would take to kind of get like a full like a joint like upgrade kind of thing, right? Like if I'm going to be taking some hits as I'm running, or if I'm like, you know, throwing some fists or something, or taking a rifle against my shoulder, right? I
mean, we can absolutely do joint replacements, but I mean, what then happens is essentially the leftover osteo processes become the weak link in the chain. So we can absolutely do a joint replacement, but at that point, if you're doing a lot of high-speed chases, large falls, impact generally across the board, then what I'd recommend is just swap out the entire limb, or at least replace the internal osteo processes in its entirety. Some people opt for an entire limb. Some people prefer to keep the musculature over and some internally hardened bones. We can do, you know, sort of nanotitanium meshing on top of those bones to try and solidify those from impacts as well. But we can accommodate a variety of things. It would not be my recommendation to do just joints. If that's what you're seeing, because ultimately what will happen is you will overdo it with that, and rather than the joint giving, what will happen is you'll snap a femur.
So basically that shit, too much pressure on the fucking bone, and then it goes pop.
Yes, because what will happen is you'll be trying to account for the increased capacity of your joints, and you'll push it. You'll jump off a building or do something that people of that nature tend to do. And then you will end up with a broken leg or a snapped ankle or a shattered foot or something of that nature. So you have to consider the entire osteopathic process up into what ultimately will be receiving that shock. So
is there a way you can equalize that to where, like, I don't want to go full crazy, but just enough to like jump a little higher, jump a little farther, take a little bit more. Like, I'm not trying to go like superhuman. I'm just going a little beyond, right? So, like, is there a way you can compensate for that whenever the joints get that kind of upgrade?
I mean, at that point, you're probably almost be into sort of steroidal human growth hormone enhancing your underlying, because if you're not actually going for superhuman capabilities, then you'd probably be better off just enhancing your capabilities.
Well, the thing is, like, I've seen the whole kind of limb replacement, and I don't want to get the whole thing replaced. I still, like, I want to keep part of it, but, like, it's also the line of where, like, start making it, if I'm going to fuck myself up by accident, I don't want to do that, right? So it's like, where?
Well, then I would consider, I mean, this is outside my realm of expertise now, but I would start to consider some form of exoskeleton technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
How high does that run?
I don't know. Like I said, it's outside my area of expertise. But there's clothing options. There's, there's all sorts of varying degrees, all the way up to like industrial exoskeleton capabilities. But we don't do that here.
Okay. So to keep in mind, if I start going only the joints, the bones are going to eventually break because they're not able to take the same pressure. And from there, either go full limb replacement or go steroids, because those are the most reasonable comparatively. If you start doing bits and pieces, then it gets fucked up. Okay. All right. How much for like the mesh kind of upgrade?
Oh, again, I don't handle prices. We could talk about, what you would like, and I can send it up to the front desk, and Terrence could, send you away with a quote.
Okay. Can you, just to compare.
So are you looking to do the entire skeleton or just your legs?
No. I'm looking for mostly shoulder, elbows, knees, ankles. Those like the main joints that are going to take a lot of that impact.
You're still probably going to end up with the same problem, that you're strengthening something and leaving something weak. So I don't know if I'm comfortable doing that. That seems ineffective and potentially dangerous.
Yeah. God, it's just, I don't know. Like, part of me is kind of feeling weird because, like, I've gotten upgrades before, right? But like, I'm taking a lot of hits for the fuckers I'm running with, and I don't want to fucking get left behind kind of shit.
Have you considered maybe visiting an armorer, somebody who could outfit you with maybe enhanced clothing, rather than trying to upgrade your body in a piecemeal fashion? Maybe you should try to, if you're taking hits as you describe, like maybe you should consider protecting yourself from those hits rather than trying to make yourself impervious to those hits.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, picks up the body armor. I already run that a little bit, but not in a fully decked out fashion. It's kind of a little expensive.
It's probably less expensive than what you will find here.
Fair. MedTech, they always covered it, so I never thought about the prices. Alright, well, thanks, Doc. Got some shit to think about, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll process this intake. If anything comes back in the blood work, we'll give you a call. Otherwise, you should get a text just informing you that you've been processed and you're now a patient.
All right. Thanks, Doc. I appreciate it. Pretty thorough fucking shit you did there.
All right. Well, you have a great day. And he walks out.
Yeah. And as soon as he leaves, she gets up, puts on her jacket and shit, and just heads to the front to pay for the fucking visit.
Okay. I have you down here that you're, this was an intake for a group plan.
Yeah. Well, I just want to see if the thing runs first through the group plan, and then if it doesn't run there, I can just pay it out of pocket.
Okay. Well, let me just check. No, it cleared.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Doc said he might send up some things about potential upgrades.
All right. Are we doing upgrades or are we
No, just thinking,
Okay.
planning.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll wait for him to do his paperwork and anything that I need, and then you're just looking to see how much
I mean,
details on
comparing
surgery.
details and prices, both, you know?
Okay, well, I will send that over to you.
All right. Thanks, Terrence. Appreciate it.
You have a great day.
All right, you too. And just starts walking out, and as she's making her way along, passing by the real degenerates, the people she really thrives with, that's starting to fade out even as the turns into slowly coming in towards noon. You kind of like, if you imagine a whole little system in the back of her head, it's like it's floating between ideas, right? It's floating between, like, she had the initial idea for the upgrade of the joints, and she's looking between the body armor, steroid, and kind of like the limb replacements. And then she's looking like almost back to where Jacob's legs were. And as soon as like that pops into her head, she kind of like shivers at that whole idea, and then just makes her way out of the shard back to the base in that moment as it kind of fades out from her.
Okay. So for the purposes of Thursday, having gotten done what needed doing, right? How would you guys like to treat the rest of this day leading into Friday?
Y'all need to get that email out and make it convincing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on the detonators right now. Shouldn't be too hard at all to make them connectable to Trix's system.
Karen sends a message to Miss Vivian. Now that it's a responsible hour. This should be quite helpful. Thanks again for your assistance in this. I hope he fills in your vacancy quite nicely. And then some cat emojis and a heart.
That where Trix is getting all the emojis in her system? Is she just reading the messages? Is that what's going on? Are you
Does she
teaching
have
her all
access
these
to the
emojis?
net? Like, emojis is just how people talk.
Well, I just mean all of our messages go through our network. So, like...
Probably a bit of me then, yeah.
Okay, that explains it. She always used them with you especially, so I was wondering what was going on there.
Did she use
likes
poop
you.
emoji a lot?
She has been recently, yeah.
Okay, yeah, then that's me.
I don't even think she knows what the concept of stinky is, but she has been saying stinky and then the poop emoji. So...
Okay, she's learning the correct things then. Good.
Gotcha. Okay, that explains it. Okay, she does probably like you there.
God damn it, Troy.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna focus on these simple creations, hammering them out nicely.
Gibbity.
Fuck you. Patty is just kind of sitting off in the corner. She doesn't have anything to do in this moment. She's just waiting for her time. So she's kind of like just looking at the possible options, armoring, steroid, just seeing the range. What, like, as she's looking, what kind of limb replacements are we looking at? Like, because she's imagining, like, there's a range, but her brain keeps going back to fucking Jacob's leg and that whole monstrosity.
There's everything from like pseudo-natural all the way up to fully mech'd out industrial / mill.
She is instantly kicking out the fully industrial. She's trying to make them feel as real as possible.
The real as possible tends to be priced and marketed towards the upper echelon of society. or those who take care of them. So sort of for the super wealthy and those that provide security around them, because they want it to be unseen and they want theirs to be unseen. So there's fully human natural design, but then internally you have subdermal blades, you have your monowires, you have your pulse lasers in palm, you have all of this sort of weaponry and enhanced capability, all in a package that is designed to look as human as possible. But it tends to be marketed to the well-off and the security forces for the well-off.
Yeah, so it's going to get pricey. What about just basic armor support? Just, knee, ankle.
There's a lot of armor. With the invention of smart fabrics and nanotechnologies and molecular construction techniques, there are a lot of materials that are super absorbent, impact absorbent, that can provide like smart structures that can sort of assume rigid natures to take impacts and then immediately decompress. There's all sorts of materials that can inflate to absorb impacts for falls or actual strike impacts, that sort of thing. There's a plethora of materials and armaments, armor and clothing options as far as capacity for protecting oneself.
Okay. Just eventually kind of bookmarks a couple places for getting those armor upgrades, potentially, and seeing how she feels about that before going for the limb replacements. Okay. And then just kind of sets that off to the side as... And bookmarks also a few steroid pages just to see about potential enhancements that way.
Okay.
And sets those off to the side. Just a bit out of her price range at the moment, but once they start making some decent money, she feels like she could drop some cash.
There's a Nextwear Fitness relatively close to you, and I mean that's a fitness center that specializes in enhancing a body.
Mm-hmm. And she's got a little bit of experience, but not that experience to this degree. So she just kind of notes that location and just kind of waits for everybody else to get the mission on track, just waiting her turn, just eventually, just going on a bit of a walk, just trying to pass the time as much as she can.
Okay, what else does everybody have to get done on Thursday?
More attempts at the project.
Okay, Karen.
If we should even.
Not in particular that I can think of. Reviewing what our cameras have seen, if anything.
Okay, Krill.
Everything Krill needs to do at this point, assuming the detonators are done by this round or just finish them up, shouldn't take too long at all. Putting just a ball bearing or two size of plastique in each of them. They should be pretty much good to go. Maybe put some magnets on them to stick on the surface.
You got time to fix the headlight?
If Krill's spending time on personal projects, she's not fixing up the fucking car again.
Okay, cool. Patty can just stop down and get that replaced real quick.
Okay.
If Krill doesn't want... If Krill's not working on personal projects, she's going to do the same thing as Karen the moment she's done working. She's just focusing on the cameras.
Okay, then... What we will do is, Troy, give me a roll.
Fingers crossed.
-1.
-1. God damn.
Okay.
You.
We can narrate that in a second. Camera people, as the evening passes, actually, Krill, give me a roll. You're fine. Your craft is off the charts anyway. You're fine. Consider your explosives manufactured.
With magnets and a remote detonator.
Yeah, fine.
Got it.
Super gluing a magnet to shit ain't hard, and
How do magnets
it's
even
not.
work?
yeah, that is true. Nobody knows.
Magnets, how did they work?
Nobody knows. It's like the tides, man.
Miracles all around
Yeah.
us.
Tides come in,
Hey, actually,
tides
look
go
at
out.
ICP. I'm back.
What are you gonna do?
How are you gonna explain that?
It's just a
Exactly.
brief clip of Patty just like looking up how magnets work. Okay.
Okay, so consider your explosives done. Cameras, nothing out of the ordinary. You do see that like through the day, Flex Prize swings by at 3:22 p.m.
Okay.
You see a food delivery partway into the day. You see, as far as the store is open all night long. But because there's cars constantly like coming and going, there's no surefire way other than, Derek, you see Jamie come in, you see Jamie leave, you see Alex come in, sort of thing, right?
What time?
Flip those, just because flow of narration, you would see Alex come in and then you would see Jamie come in. Alex seems to have the day shift, Jamie seems to have the night shift.
When does he start?
He would be, hold on, I actually have this. I actually have this specifically. He is 6 to 6.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have, you do see that there is at least one woman. Why is that not opening? There is at least one woman, that comes in and hasn't come out, having a full cycle of the day. You now are like, okay, she went in and she has not come out. So unless somebody's shopping there for a bunch of hours, chances are you've clocked one of the employees.
Okay.
She's older.
Did they use the employee door, pardon me?
No, went in through the front, just like Derek does.
Okay.
But parked in the front parking lot as well. Older, little past middle age, that sort of thing. So not a youngin'. So whatever she's doing there, either, she's a 53-year-old intern or something else. But you've managed to clock at least one of the other employees that works there in this time frame.
Patty? Karen is one of the workers who's not working right now. What is she the head of the department of? Do we know? Is there any other email with her in it that's just
Let me check what Troy kind of built out. Ugh, God, give me a second. Where the fuck is it? Yeah.
Karen, Susan.
Give me a second. Karen, request for leave.
That's it.
That's B5 OBR.
Yeah, Sarah or Susan. Okay. It just occurred to me that Karen
Karen,
is not there, but
yeah, she's out, but so that might be Sarah or Susan. Okay, Sarah. From Sarah to Derek, that's 82. Let me see. She nominated Marcus for Employee of the Month, and then Susan to Derek, DRVK, and Susan Myers. Inventory team, I think. So Susan is probably inventory team. She was doing an inventory check. It might be Susan, because if she's doing the inventory check, then basically she's trying to get ready for the block party.
it's also Rachel.
Rachel, right. Give me a second.
God,
Rachel 24TRW.
Alright.
She was requesting to stock eco-friendly products.
Mhm.
Problem comes is we don't have description of any of these people.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
building out.
Could be Sarah, Susan, or Rachel. Likely, if they are those. Theoretically, I'm assuming Troy got all the emails, but if not,
Rachel, Marcus.
There's the maintenance team. There's Karen Wright. She's off. Nicole, customer service team. Security team, which is probably Flex Prize. There's the marketing gurus. There's Gary Nolan, the training coordinator. There's Sarah. There's Susan. There's the tech team. So Alex and Jamie are probably tech team. Rachel. Lisa is community relations. So Sarah, Rachel, Susan, Nate, Gary. Yeah. Let's just type that down. Just gotta do that. Nicole.
Susan, Gary, Nicole. Yeah, wow. A lot of employees.
Sarah, Rachel, Jamie, Alex. What I got right now.
Mhm.
Karen is off on leave. Yeah, Karen, Nicole. Sarah, Derek, Susan. Okay. Quick and sure. Rachel. Yep. Cool. Let me look at security team.
Okay.
Damn it. Team.
Yeah, my guess would be inventory check, trying to figure out the discrepancy, which is Sarah.
Could be that.
Okay.
Maintenance.
Do we see anybody else doing something similar? Like going in for a long, long time, maybe leaving? Like after a shift?
Give me a roll.
+1.
Another woman.
Enters in, enters out.
Half day.
Thank you, Troy.
Nolan. Okay. Okay. So somebody went out, somebody left half day kind of thing?
Yep.
Okay. Same
Don't we
woman?
know?
Nope.
Oh, sorry.
Nope. Cool.
Don't we know community relations probably isn't in the building? Didn't we establish that earlier?
When did we establish that?
I swear I remember us talking about that community relations wasn't like an on-site thing.
Occasionally flashes people stop inside. Flash Thompson. Who are they for Derek? I'm not seeing it in my mission notes.
I might be just misremembering.
And I mean, even if they aren't, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm
I
not
make a
seeing it.
memory roll for Kai to confirm or deny that info.
If you'd like to make a lore roll.
I'll make a lore roll. That's a +1 total.
Some of the staff is off-site. Some of the staff
Fair
is
enough.
on-site.
Okay.
Yeah, we never really confirmed whether or not she was on site. It's just probably wasn't on site.
I swear I remember us confirming it somewhere, but
Nope.
it's okay.
Okay. Okay. So we see one woman come in, we see another one coming out for a half day. Got anything else besides Flex Prize rolling around, Karen?
Nope.
Okay. Then we're good to chill until we get later on.
Cool.
Who sent off the email to the insurance people?
Give me a second.
We done that yet?
Well, we need to do that today.
Can we make it look like their insurance? Or their...
We can make
Okay.
it look like the email came from Home Emporium.
Okay.
So
Karen can go ahead and write it, but have Troy send it so that it's properly formatted.
okay. What's he gonna say?
We're excited for the upcoming sale we are having on Friday. Oh, sorry. No. We would formally like to invite you to our block party event this Friday. We expect sales. Or, sorry, tomorrow. Yes, block. That's what it is, a block party?
Yep.
I feel like my brain's shutting off. Sorry. Please come out to our block party tomorrow afternoon. God damn it. I hate writing emails while talking. This is why I type them.
You can type it out if you want, and you can just read it out after.
Yes, I'm gonna do that.
It's okay. Ty has derailed us all this session.
You've had 2 months to do a
Yeah.
thing that should have taken 3 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So strap in. As far as I'm concerned, you've still got another hour.
I'm not checking out till we're fucking done this. I'm just trying to get back on rails.
It's okay. I just needed 2 minutes to reload, and then I'm good. Okay. Let's see what this is coming out to.
Troy, would you like to preemptively work on spoofing this email?
Sure. I've already made the assumption there's probably more than one email spoofing program included as deck, Those things are fairly trivial to make. So he's already loaded it up, and he's already aware that it's supposed to look like it's from the Home Emporium. So he sets the email address to be the Home Emporium.
Whose email?
That's a good question. Karen, whose email should I specify this is from?
We have their emails right.
Lisa.
Lisa.
Cool.
Okay. So how does Lisa's look?
I don't need the address.
Okay. I was being anal just in case.
It's fine. As long as I know it's coming from the community relations manager, that is Lisa. That's fine. So, give me a roll. Troy.
Me?
Yep.
All right. Why am I getting negative ones?
That's fine because it was up against your 4.
Okay, good. So,
You're fine,
all right.
as far as you know.
I hope so.
It's like forging a document. You don't know until you use it.
Yeah.
And you can see in those emails that they are scanned by something.
I have noticed that.
Yep.
Still typing in. Jesus.
Yeah, whatever.
Pouring
I'm
all your
guessing.
rage.
I'm just trying to throw in something like, "Look forward to serving you a hot dog" or something stupid like that. Very community relations. Have a hot dog on us. Yeah. Cool. In the interest of showing you that we are making progress on our payments, we would like to formally invite you to come visit our store for the block party event we are throwing tomorrow. We are expecting to have record sales while bringing community members out to solidify brand recognition in the market. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay. Consider that email sent.
All right.
Corpo spree dragged out of my brain.
Is there anything else that we'd like to try and accomplish?
You wanna give another run?
Yeah, one more craft roll.
Okay.
All right.
Come on. Come on.
It's a +2.
Yes.
Since Krill is definitely done, is there any way I can assist him in this?
You need to?
Not really.
Yeah.
I say this only because Krill has no idea how to code like a normal.
Yeah, no, fair enough. She codes like a biologist would if.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Krill really doesn't have any experience in this field. Okay. So whatever the next hurdle for this project is, consider that hurdle cleared.
Excellent. Okay, so that means Troy can, at the very least now, substantiate at least 4 clones.
Okay.
And they can all interact with objects?
We've established that, yes, they can, at the very least, interact with their environment.
Have we established that they can do that still?
We have not, no.
Okay, cool. Anyway, so as the adding functions and procedures and new code to programs always nets interesting results.
I'm well aware.
That's why we have QA teams. So as the team sort of readies themselves for the next day, what does everybody go off and do? Does everybody go to their respective places? Does Karen go like home? Does Patty go home? Do you guys stay there and hunker down for the night and prep for tomorrow? What does that look like as you guys prep for mission day?
Patty stays, but she's able to get like a small like one-time use portable cooking kit, so she can actually like cook up a little bit of a filling meal for Krill. She's kind of like just getting it all set.
Okay.
I don't know. She's just trying to help pass the time. She's trying to get a meal for herself before she gets a good like 3 hours in before the mission, and then just says like, "Here's a whole helping of food. There you go."
Karen goes back to her apartment, pampers herself the night before.
Cool. Good to know. Krill. Muted.
Grill still has power for about another day and a half before she even has to worry about rest or anything. So if anything, she's probably just going to work on the targeting system from her end and just try and make sure that Trix will be prepared to lay things exactly where she needs them to.
Give me a roll, not for the targeting system. Give me a roll.
Oh my god, -4.
Ooh.
So, one of the things that you quickly realize is that your body is fueled, but your mind is still a biological entity, and the brain needs sleep cycles. It's a part of its process. So, while while you are working on this project, you have a moment and you just sort of doze off a little bit.
Last time this happened, we had a bad situation. It involved dirty bombs.
And as you doze off, you just sort of, your eyes just sort of relax a little bit. And you open them. And you find yourself once again on the shores of that dream beach. An expanse of sand underfoot that feels both intimately familiar and endlessly mysterious. As the waves gently caress the shoreline, their rhythmic whispers carrying half-remembered secrets, echoes of a past you can't quite grasp.
There's a part of Krill that feels those echoes and turns away to the ocean. And feeling an internal struggle of, are the echoes her? Or is she her? And she starts walking towards the ocean.
As you stand up, you sense a figure next to you stand up. It's a maternal figure. As you walk towards the ocean, she follows you, her presence comforting, yet enigmatic. As you glance at her, her face is veiled by a covering of mist, denying you the ability to identify her. As you approach that ocean, the air, it's filled with the scent of salt. You can hear the distant call of seabirds. It's peaceful, if a bit surreal,
There's pain in Krill. Despite how peaceful it is, it feels empty. It feels like something lost and never to be reclaimed.
In that joyless play, in that silence, beyond the simplicity of the moment, the complexity of those emotions stirring within you, a maternal figure, her movements remain gentle. She reaches out, touches you, light, yet filled with an unspoken affection that transcends the need for words. And suddenly, that tranquility is shattered. The maternal figure's embrace tightens desperately, pulling you into a moment of intense closeness against the vast emptiness of that dream beach. The fleeting sense of security is violently torn away as shadowy figures cloaked in darkness, exuding an aura of inevitable dread, wrench you from her arms with forceful determination. Her silent scream, a soundless echo of loss and despair, pierces the dreamlike calm of that beach, sending ripples across the surface of the waves. You're dragged away, the figure's grips ironclad, unyielding, pulling you into that darkness. The serene beach, the comforting sand beneath your feet, and the maternal figure's presence all fade, leaving a memoryless void. And then you wake, and you're back in the workshop.
Addie's just kind of like moving her shoulder. Hey, fell asleep.
I just had a bad dream.
Okay, well, let's get you on the couch. Let's get you some sleep. It's not a good idea to fall asleep at the table.
No. No more. 2 times in a row now I've closed my eyes and seen horrors. I'm not swimming.
Okay, well...
I'm not staying afloat, and I have not grown my gills. I am not handling any of these visions thrown my way.
Okay, well, let's at least get you from the table.
Don't touch me.
Okay, I'm not touching you. Just, it's not a good idea when you're falling asleep at the table. That shit pokes you, fucks you up.
What fucks me up is not knowing who I am, why I am, and why there's so much conflicting feelings in me. So how about, instead of trying to mommy me into me being comfortable, you let me do what I do.
Alright. And then Patty just puts another milkshake on the side of the table and just, if you need your space, fair enough. And then just kind of walks back over the couch and goes back to sleep.
So,
Patty's just listening for a few minutes before she passes back out.
There's some gills, little crab. Grow some gills.
the rest of Thursday night passes uneventfully for everybody else involved. Karen makes her way back to her apartment, pampers herself, has a good evening in, maybe a glass of wine or champagne or whatever she's feeling that night. Patty, off and on, gets some sleep, but staying vigilant, posted to watch of a sort.
Kind of watching Krill in this moment, just passing out, just listening, giving her some space. Whenever she maybe gets focused at one moment, she'll take away the shake, and then just sets it aside and washes it up and just leaves her alone.
Troy, continuing to work on his project, I presume. Getting what work he can done. Getting what work he can do done. Circling a lot. Having to do a fair amount of QA. Making sure this software continues to run, the script continues to run the way he intends it to. Before Krill even realizes it, dawn has broken, the morning has rolled past. What time do we reconvene at the base?
Early. Karen walks into the base at like 5:30.
Patty's got her rifle in a case, got her helmet off to the side, just sitting and just waiting.
Are you sitting up in the chair?
Yeah, she's awake.
Have you moved since I left?
Yeah. Did a couple stretches, checked on Krill, just give her a bit of a berth for a minute as she kind of comes into it. She's feeling something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't touch her. Not a good idea right now.
I've touched her like once.
Yeah, well, you know, some dream fucked her up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Some shit she's feeling. I don't know. But alright, cool.
Was
and
it
then
Electric sheep?
is that supposed to mean anything to me?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, she had a bad dream, fucked her right up a little bit. Just give her a few minutes. And then she kind of just knocks on the monitor. Yo, Troy, come on.
Troy just kind of, body's just kind of twitches as he disconnects from the net and states, "You do not need to knock on the monitor. There is a button.
Yeah, but I like doing that.
It does nothing. It doesn't even annoy me."
Okay. Alright, Patty walks over to Krill's little spot, just checking to see how marshed she is into her shit. Yo, Krill, everybody's here. You ready?
Krill lifts from the table, clearly some mechanisms in work. Her helmet on at this moment, trying to cover her face. Removing all expression from her, but an angular, plate-like face with 6 eyes. Which do move. They're not just solid LEDs. They, like, can articulate in that way.
You ready to kick some ass, fish monster?
Let's.
Do we have eyes still?
Absolutely. Krill gestures to a monitor as suddenly it flickers with 6 different panels. All of them a different view of a drone
About
and
6
an iBot.
about 6 a.m. now. All said and done. Really, nothing is happening very much. You can see that there have been some basic stalls and stages erected, but a lot of it is still in the process of to be done. It's 6 a.m. Block parties don't usually start until a bit later in the day. Now he is the Emporium Derek. They are gunning for sale, so it is an all-day block party, but they're still in the process of setting up.
big thing I want to keep an eye out for right now is if Jamie leaves. And if that happens, roll back and see who came in.
Okay. Then we will consider you guys sitting there watching the monitors for, say, the next 15, 20 minutes.
We can always take we can always take a display with us as well and use the codexes.
We don't need to get there until a little later.
Understood.
I just wanted to get eyes this early because this is when our day starts.
Well, I got the headlight replaced. It took me like 30 minutes to figure that out, but I got it done.
At 6:21, no one has seen Jamie.
Okay. Starting to think the relief is just not gonna come. Jamie doesn't get to get off work.
Okay. So we're gonna come and fuck her up when she's on her last edge.
Oh, she's gonna be very awake. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Especially once it starts getting nice and warm in there.
All right. We ready to pile in, or are we gonna wait another minute?
Well, I'm guessing it won't pick up until 9 or 10. So we'll look. We'll try and get there around 10.
Okay.
9. Look at 9. If it's getting busy, head out then. Otherwise, shoot for 10.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there any...
Patty,
Go ahead.
Patty just piles in her rifle to make sure it's available, and then just make sure she has her shit ready, and just waits.
Is there anything of note between 6:21 and 9 o'clock other than equipment loaded by Patty?
I don't think so. I think we're just gonna wait.
Okay. As 9. Okay.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, and Krill's also readying one of her cases that can be sealed up.
Okay. All right. By 9 o'clock, more of the preparations have been done. Customers really aren't engaging yet, but it seems they have converted a portion of the parking lot to a carnival of sorts, right? There's bright colored lights and streamers strung between lampposts. There's speakers being strategically placed around the perimeter. You can see some food stalls start to be set up and prepped. There's booths and tents that are lining the edges. There's flashy signs that are starting to be installed above them. There's a makeshift stage that's sort of center stage, as it were, that seems to have some sort of setup for at least a DJ and maybe some local bands based on some of the kit you see being put up on it. But yes, things are coming along steadily. The block party is being set up for.
We should head out pretty soon then.
Okay. I'll get the car ready.
Whenever you're ready.
Cool. Just turn on the car, make sure everybody's in, open up the garage, and then pulls out as the garage starts to close behind them and just starts pulling out gently. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, so hopefully traffic isn't too bad.
Okay.
And I'm going to make that roll. There we go. That's a +1, so that's a 2. Okay.
A roll, hopefully spoken from the heavens of good omens for today's mission. As Patty Patty successfully navigates her way into the late morning NSF traffic, taking surface streets, I assume, winding her way, turning corner after corner, finding her way towards the home emporium. Where do you pull up? Where do you park? Where do you situate yourself?
Okay, let me see. That is
A
home
blocks away
emporium.
at least.
Yeah. Honestly, gonna park probably. Let me see. What is this? Probably parked outside of Nextwear Fitness.
Okay. That's a good hoof.
Yeah.
It's, 2.25 kilometers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's get a little closer than that.
Fair enough. I was just looking at like the closest like official places.
Yeah.
And
That's fair. You can just tell me you park down the street a block away or so.
Yeah. Okay. Just park like a block and a half away, just so Karen doesn't have to walk too hard. And then just kind of just eases into the parking spot and just says, all right, well, here we go. Y'all are at a go. Here you go.
Let's have our little drone friends set things up. Get them in place.
Grill summons Trix to their side, leaving the apartment complex down the street.
Do we have an idea of where Derek is?
Derek's at work.
You gotta make it look good.
The big
As
thing.
Trix comes to Krill, she opens the case and puts the 4 detonators on her.
Okay.
She marks the locations of the AC units, specifically targeting their coil system. I need you to hit these, please.
Trix has articulated.
She
Okay.
does have hands.
Okay.
Basically, think of like crab claws, but the opens at the top into 2.
Just need to make sure.
She's got manipulators. Flying upwards, she carefully releases one at a time, placing them where they need.
I will let you just do one master roll for all air conditioning units.
And I use a fate point of creation and destruction in this moment.
You absolutely can.
Give it a +2 on top of that already. Just mediocre. I'm not sure what
You're
we're
fine.
using there.
You're fine. As far as as far as this process goes, each Trix absolutely places each one on the cooling coil for each HVAC unit.
All right. All right, Trix start collecting the iBots, while Chip and Sugar keep an eye on everything that they can.
As Trix collects the iBots,
The last one she'll collect is the one in the parking lot. When she gets to that one, she'll replace its view.
okay. All right. Well, as she collects the iBots, there's really no issue except until she gets to the lamppost. The iBot on the lamppost has sort of been entangled to a certain extent by the streamers and the lights that have been strung from lamppost to lamppost.
Cool. You know what? Tricks call that one a loss. We'll keep it sending data until later, and we'll just make it self-destruct its internal signals later.
I'm pretty sure.
Not like blow up. I just mean like cut off all.
By this point, you are out of battery.
For tricks.
All right, so it's not
No.
the iBot.
iPods.
Wait, so if they were installed at like 8 o'clock last night, you said 18 hours?
Yeah,
Not last night.
they weren't installed at 8 o'clock last night.
Oh, right. Now I see. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Whatever.
I will give you the data from your own bots. Your iBots are
No, fair
Sure.
enough. Whatever. That one's a loss. I don't care. They're
Okay.
very simple mechanisms. She'll just make sure that that one can't. She'll just be like, if that one ever tries to send or receive data, on her end, to just block it off.
okay. Then Trix does what Trix does. The detonators are placed on all of the HVAC units. The setup continues to go about its business. Karen, by the time I assume you've started walking.
Yes.
Yeah. As you start to approach, the some of the food stalls are starting to get warmed up. There are hot dogs, there are cheap hamburgers, there are these sorts of there's corn dogs, there's some tacos, there's some it's the regional fare sort of situation. There is a big sign as you approach advertising the grand raffle. And apparently, with each purchase at the home emporium, you get a ticket into the grand raffle, and the grand raffle just promises big prize, right? No specifying what that prize is. Just a big prize for the grand raffle, and each purchase is counted as a ticket, an entry into that.
Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
Yep. People are starting to mill about a little bit as things start to get warmed up. There's a DJ getting set up as well, so the music is starting at this point. 10 o'clock sort of thing rolling around. It's not quite morning. It's the energy's starting to get there. There's a variety of booths, tech demos. You can see that there's sort of some tech demos set up for some of the stuff that you can buy in Home Emporium. It's a bunch of the booths are just advertisements, really. Nothing more than that. There's a space set aside for a DIY workshop. Featuring Mara Vance. She's a local sort of known as the artisan, right? She's like a local DIY workshop host who's almost akin to sort of a Martha Stewart, Billy Mays how-to YouTuber, right? This is Mara's who you go to if you want to advertise some stuff, and she'll come by and demo how to use it in the best way for you and that sort of thing. Bit of a local celebrity of sorts. Bit of a local D-tier celebrity, pretty far down the list for local celebrities even, but still
But
known.
can bring a crowd.
Still known. People, oh, that's Mara, sort of thing.
I've seen her.
Exactly. Like, I'm aware
She's
of,
come across my algorithm a few times, kind of idea.
I am aware of this person. So, that sort of thing. You can also catch, as you walk around, give me a roll.
+3.
As you're walking around, you notice that there's the block party happening, like in the parking lot, but you notice that there's you recognize Maria and Hank, and there's 7 people maybe over off the parking lot over on the main streets that are sort of like they've got some chairs, right? They've got some coolers themselves. They're sort of doing their own independent thing separate from, like, it's clear into the parking lot, right? But they're set back over on their side, and that's that shit happening over there. So you can see there's a clear demarcation. Some of the locals are doing a thing over there. Sort of situation has started to occur. They're starting to pregame a little by the looks of it.
Karen heads over there.
As you walk up, Hank sort of looks at you with mild suspicion. And he's, oh, well, little lady, where's your girlfriend?
Oh, around somewhere.
All right. Maria, I think you came in my store, right? Like, I remember you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You, are you here for the block party or the block party?
So I'm here for the block party, but I'm here for the block party. If you catch my drift.
Maria looks at you, her head cocks a little and goes, I'm not, no. Hank, on the other hand, looks at you and goes, yeah, I think I do.
And Hank knows.
Maria looks at Hank and he's like, don't worry about it.
I like what you guys have set up over here, though.
Oh, yeah. You want a cold one?
I would normally, but it's like 10 in the morning, isn't it?
I mean, that's dependent on whether you slept or not.
Yeah, sorry, I did.
Oh, well, in that case, you want me to, like, squeeze some lemon in it? That'd be like, I don't know, breakfast or something.
As tempting as that is,
It's like,
I think I'm gonna pass.
okay. It's like citrus, I guess. Either way.
Refreshing. Gonna have a hot dog?
Yeah, we might wander over and borrow some food. We'll see.
Well, might do that earlier than later. It might be kind of a boring day.
Maria goes, something, are you all right, dear? Should I get some eye drops from the store?
Oh, it's just a little dust.
Oh, okay.
It's a little dust.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, just, if you need eye drops.
Appreciate it. I will think of you.
Okay. All right. Well, you keep an eye on that.
Will do. Karen wanders away.
All right.
Just generally looking at the booths.
It's sort of divided up. There's sort of like a kitchen implement, multi-chopper sort of thing somebody's going to town with, right? So starting to set up the various pieces, right? The 9+1 attachment system for the home kitchen multi-tool system sort of thing. Then you can see they're like actually they're connecting up to like a little like tub. They've got a washer dryer combo out there that they're gonna run off a generator and try and demo out there for people just trying to get those like high ticket items sort of thing. And they've got one booth with just pictures of furniture, right? That's in the store. Right?
High effort. Okay. Karen walks by that. points at one and goes, "Do you have that in navy blue?"
Well, if you check inside the store, I'm sure all of our options are available on our app, and you can see we have most of the colors that people often request.
I don't really do insides. Sorry. Goes in stores these days?
Oh, I think you'd love the inside of our store. It's a wonderful, wonderful facility that we have. Feel free to grab yourself a refreshment from, any of our fresh produce aisles as you shop around for any of the home goods that you may need. Maybe a lovely new dress.
What's wrong with this one?
Maybe you'd like one just like it.
But I like this one. Why do I need another one?
One can never have enough clothing.
Wasteful. Okay. Really should have the furniture outside. This kind of haughtily steps along to the next booth.
The next one along is just a series of like screens, hollow screens, that sort of thing. There's even some that are specifically advertised as steam, water, and heat resistant for bathroom hollow screens, that sort of thing.
So you can never escape the screen again. Interesting idea. Okay. How weird people live. Well, Karen makes her way around looking at the other booths, but mostly schmoozing just to kind of get a feel.
There's a variety of shoppers and party goers that are sort of by this time winding up to like 11 a.m. sort of thing. People are starting to like roll through, and now they're interested in, a hot dog, a hamburger sort of situation. And they're like, okay, all right, I'll have some food. And, there's a variety of people coming and going that are sort of hanging out. The music has been going for a little bit. Over in the corner, Mara's doing a sort of a piece on minor repair of furniture and embellishment and decoration, emphasizing how, sustainable living and the joy of making. Sort of thing. And, of course, the piece of furniture that she's demoing on came from inside the store. And she makes a point to emphasize that if you'd love to have this, if you want to have this lovely piece of furniture, just make your way on into the home emporium. And they're more than happy to accommodate you.
Can taste my bile. Wonderful place. Karen, probably should have been on comms the whole time, but haven't done that. Opens the comms to everybody. So, they'll be about ready to do this thing.
He looks over his shoulder at Krill. You're up.
Each one.
Are we sure we're doing this now?
Good a time as any.
It's just this flicker of Krill seeing herself in the nightmare, laughing maniacally when she did this last time. And this time, just an empty feeling. And click.
Nothing happens.
He's
A
ready.
dirty bomb goes off on the other side of the city.
Damn it. She can't get away from it.
And the children's orphanage blows up.
Don't forget Timmy in the well.
So, Karen, give me a roll.
-3.
Cool.
Oh.
The music is such at this point that the crowd, the sort of the hubbub of the crowd, the music at this point, you can't even hear what amounts to firecrackers on the top of that roof at that distance with sides up on the top. For that sound to come past the wall, over, down, across the parking lot, and fight against the sound system that they have set up there and the voices of everybody who's gathered there, there's no real chance at all. So as the detonation goes off, Karen, you look around and nobody notices anything. Nobody looks, nobody hears anything. You hear nothing. It is completely silent for as far as this portion of the parking lot goes.
Patty's just sitting on the comm, just looking over. We good? Did it go off?
I don't know.
Patty's looking at Krill.
I know.
Signals seemingly have gone off, but I did not hear anything, nor did I see anything. I'll double check with the drone's visual. Kai, is there any smoke or anything like that from Chip's vision?
You don't see anything because the amount of time it took for Karen to go off, Karen to exchange, and then to you and to look. Gas escapes pretty fast. And so there's nothing overt. But depending on the resolution of the camera and how close the drone is, that they would see that the coil had been ruptured. Nothing
Like any
has
just, like,
nothing
soot?
has failed.
Okay. Any like soot marks or just the basic visualization of it?
Yeah, plastique would not render you with soot. What would
Fair
occur
enough.
is there would be a snap of a detonation. The coil, which is under pressure, would have a weak spot blown into it, which would then immediately blow out with the pressure of the gas inside. The gas is not, once it is expelled, you can see it for a moment as the coolant effect, the mist happens. But in the time that it took for all of you to have this exchange, the gas would have escaped, and what you would be able to see is a hole in the coils.
Okay, as long as we can see the hole.
Yep.
Cool. Drones, return. All the drones start heading towards the pickup location.
Patty has her
Oh.
helmet on.
Are we not keeping one couple eyes on this?
They need to be ready to go when we do.
I mean, there's nothing for us to be like running from necessarily. We want to just
we
make
can
sure
just
this goes
leave
bad.
one behind and have them return home or pick them up later.
Mhm. Also, it's helpful to have the eyes in the sky. We're not done with the
Right.
mission.
Chip, can you stay out there for a bit? Thank you.
Chip is doing what? Where?
Let's move to the side building to get a good view of the parking lot
Okay.
and all that's going on there.
All right. Chip is watching the block party in the parking lot from the adjacent building.
Thank you.
Um.
The other two fly and get locked under the case.
Okay.
How long we waiting on Troy?
We are. Try your
Oh.
go.
No,
No, we
I'm
wait.
going to go inside and hang out for a little bit and see that it gets warm. The point is to get it uncomfortable, not just for the customers, but for Jamie.
Understood.
Karen, as you walk in, nothing has changed. It is the thermal capacitance of a large concrete block building like this is such that no immediate effect of a lack of HVAC is going to be felt. The cooling coils on the back of all of the refrigerant units in this place, as you walk around this store. You can definitely, you can tell those are warm. Most of the electronics in this space, like the high heat electronics, like dryers and stuff, that sort of thing, they don't run. Like those devices aren't turned on. All of the screens, which put out, are DC, they put out a decent amount of heat collectively. They are putting off heat. So there's a decent amount of devices in this building that are heating up to some degree, but given the thermal capacitance and the overall airspace that this building has, there's no noticeable room temperature change thus far. As you approach the Netrunner bubble, there is nothing that you can see immediately. You can give me a roll if you want to really investigate and just sort of casually walking by.
Yeah. 0.
Would you care to augment that in any way, or are you sticking with that? It's an investigate roll.
We're close to the end of the night. Find any reason to use.
Yeah.
Okay, explain to me. Justify your fate point usage. Something Aspen hasn't had to do ever, really, I don't think.
I did last time.
2 times.
Okay.
Would this work?
You could always go with aspect number 1. That feels like the most relevant.
Yeah. I know how to take care of me.
Okay, and how's that relevant to this?
I may not understand technology particularly well, but I do recognize environmental controls. I know how to make me cozy.
Okay. What happens when there is a warm environment separated by glass and a cooler environment?
Condensation. Is it looking kind of damp?
Damp is a bit of a stretch at this point. It's still fairly early, but you do notice that you probably could, on one side of this, draw a line.
Okay. Karen's knuckle, she tries to draw a little kitty face. Little ears, little smiley face with a knuckle.
Not quite, but enough that Karen gets an idea of what's going on.
Okay. Wander over to the electronics section.
Okay.
Off to the right. Kind of walk through the kitchen area.
All right.
Feeling a little warmer, I'm guessing.
Ironically, the warmer areas in this environment are actually behind all of the cooling areas. So, like, if you wander behind the freezer stack, if you wander behind the refrigeration units, those are the hottest areas. As you work into the kitchen area, which the sort of home appliance is adjacent to the furniture, it's becoming a little warmer than room.
Okay. All right. Karen just kind of wanders around the store a bit, kind of acting like she's looking at things, just kind of wasting some time, letting it simmer a bit. Seeing if she can hear anything that the customers are talking about, complaining about.
Given the temperature of the day and given the temperature that that people in the region are used to and some of the times that it hits, it's not that far out of the like sort of realm of uncomfortable from a New San Franciscan's point of view. Nothing's hit a temperature where people are complaining about going in there. It's, you know, you're probably 78 being a solid room temperature. You're probably approaching maybe 83.
All right. Yeah, just hanging out is the only thing I can think of. Wait a little bit longer. Wait for it to get hotter.
As the noonday sun comes up, as the more people come in, as the doors open and close with no air exchange happening.
And it cranks the AC to 78 exactly.
You see, you experience that it is starting to get a bit warmer here. It's now warmer. It's starting to feel warmer in here than it does outside.
Mm-hmm. Is the ball starting to get a bit more steamy?
It's starting to normalize. Because the temperatures are starting to just equalize at this point.
Okay. All right, fun.
Yeah, because the ball's internals basically were blowing hot air immediately due to having its own HVAC loop, right? So as soon as you blow coils on an HVAC unit, you start blowing what is essentially hot air. And so it came up really quickly. The internals of the store stayed cool. Now it's starting to equalize.
Okay.
How long are you wanting to stay inside there, and like what temperature are you looking for?
I'm looking for when people start complaining. Now, what time is it? Just after noonish?
Noonish.
Okay.
This is probably the one day of the year that you could get away with just hanging out on this premises and nobody even noticing, nothing being flagged. It's sort of expected today that people are just gonna window shop and hang out and wander around a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like while I'm here, I suppose I'll try and keep an eye out for any of the two female employees.
Okay.
There is the employee section that you can keep an eye out.
My instinct there was to throw. This is what I would do. It's just instinctual all the time. It's like, do this. Fucking.
Yeah, I go over by the employee hangout area and just hang out near that door.
Okay. About 20 minutes pass, and a guy carrying a food delivery pack comes in. And he walks up to the employee area, and sort of the plastic fog doors sort of open. And a woman in her early 50s comes out to greet him. And he takes out the order, a couple of bags. She grabs them. She thanks him, and he goes on his way.
Okay. We haven't seen anybody reacting to the fact that their HVAC isn't working. Have we?
You hear for the first time someone walk by and say, "It's a bit hot in here."
I think it's hotter than outside.
An older man, sort of walking by, late 70s, right? Wide brim hat, smile on his face. Goes, "This ain't nothing. It can get way hotter."
He had to walk up both ways from school when the heat was out in the sun.
Yes, that is how temperature works. Yeah.
Couple.
I don't really like it in here to be this hot, though.
A couple in their mid-50s walking by sort of agrees and goes, "Yeah, but, it should be cooler in here than this."
It's starting to smell funny. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Well, yeah, let's wait just a little bit longer, get a little more warm, then Tin Man can hop in.
Okay. Some more time goes by, about 1 in the afternoon. By this point, when the doors open on the front of the store, you can hear a local rock band playing from the stage. Not well, but you can hear them playing.
What are they playing?
I don't know, Karen. What are they playing?
Linkin Park mixed with Green Day. It's a weird remix.
So,
I want to be a music shitter and just be like, so midlife Linkin Park and late life Green Day, when their sound was almost identical for a bit there.
Yeah, they just keep mixing the lyrics together for both bands. It's really weird.
I walk a lonely road where I've become so known.
They say something about an American idiot and a young kid walking by, tugs at his mother's sleeve and goes, "What's in America?"
Yes, America has died.
Wait, really? I don't think none of us have discussed this. Are we no longer in the United States of America?
Yeah, the nation states fell after the bomb.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nation states dissolved. There is but a global corporate arcology system.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's literally just cities. Gotcha, and territories.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've taken the names of some of the cities. There are some new cities as well, but they've taken the names. But yeah, no, the nation states fell.
Okay, that spin-off game I was thinking about now feels even more apt.
Yep.
Okay, no, that makes it even better.
By 1 o'clock, you're starting to creep up in the 87, 89 temperature range for inside this building. It's starting to get to the point where people are sweating if they're staying in here a little too long.
Right? Well, it must be pretty darn uncomfortable for our little friend in the bubble. I think it's probably good enough for Tin Man to hop in.
Do you send the signal to Troy, or should Troy infer this is a good time?
Karen sends a signal to Troy.
All right.
Pat,
do this.
Patty gives him a reassuring pat. You're up, line. Let's go.
All right. Troy logs into the net, and well, just already knowing where the net location for the home emporium is, immediately heads over there.
Okay. So what do you do once you're there?
Well, first things first, Troy activates Sentinel and Foxy.
Okay.
And he walks into the store and walks up to the little employee-only door. And the first thing he does is he uses I should preface, before he gets too close, he's going to use I actually forgot Raven to disable the camera.
Okay.
It's going to need a hack roll, right?
Yep.
That's a +1.
Okay.
And once the camera is disabled, he'll rush up and use Lawyer on the lock.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Also a +1.
Cool. Tick, tick, click. You're in.
All right. Troy walks in, and he see anything unusual, or about the last time he was in here?
You see a young woman's avatar in the middle of the dome. Currently, the focus, the chair is turned towards, and the focus is on is on the email server.
All right. So just knowing what they sort of discussed and knowing what's up. All right, double check. Where's email? Troy's gonna go over to inventory controls.
Okay.
When he brings it up, what does he see? Is there any settings or anything?
Inventory controls is essentially a database of various SKUs and various like items going in and out. One sec. There we go. Cool. And let me just double check something. Cool. I just have to triple check a thing really fast. Cool. All right. You have, when you access the inventory control system, this is what you receive.
All right, just a bunch of IDs and numbers and stuff. Troy is going to... Can Troy modify the price per unit
He can.
setting? All right. What's it read right now?
It's a variety of things. There is no single price per unit because they carry many units of many things.
Troy's going to go through that list of price per units. He's going to turn every single... guess it's like a float or something, just for setting the price. Unless credits or integers. Just, well, whatever, the numbers. He's going to put a minus sign in front of every single number. So that every single price per item is now a negative price.
Give me a roll.
All right. That's a +2.
You get immediate feedback that these are invalid.
All right. Oh god, I have an evil idea.
Two, three.
Is there
My.
like a database command system where he can input a database command?
For the inventory control system, yes.
Yes. The command he's going to type in is basically drop table amount per price. Wait, did Kai hear that?
Yep, I heard
Okay.
it. I just needed something. Yes, if you're gonna spend this much time. All right, let's see. There we go. That's what I thought. Cool. All right, as you do that, it asks you for a password.
Well, shit.
And the chair now switches, and the focus of the runner is now on drone controls.
Alrighty. Just double checking through my list of known things on my deck. I don't. I don't think Troy is aware of what program here, unless, I don't know, would lawyer work on the password? I kind of doubt that.
You want to try?
Can I try?
You could try anything you want to try.
Troy's gonna try. What?
Do or do not.
Troy's gonna try lawyer on the password.
Give me a roll.
That's a +2.
You receive an exception error.
Okay, I figured. So she's on the drones right now. Troy's gonna move over to the auto checkout system.
Okay.
What does he see?
You see essentially a route out. The auto checkout system is a third-party piece of software that is licensed in and connected to this system. It's a part of a larger global network of checkout services that are actually run. Hence, why it's able to so easily drop software onto people's codices. It's a part of. It's like the credit wallet system. It's part of a universal checkout software that everybody runs. So it's an external connection to that service.
So, is there any settings in there that Troy can use?
Oh, I mean, there absolutely is. The sort of the key and the API call and the key that tells that system who's using it are set client side.
All right. Can Troy set a sale to going on this thing, or is that
No.
something else?
No,
Okay.
that's done from inventory.
Oh. Troy needs that password.
This is just a system that consider it authorized.net. This is the credit card processor.
Okay.
Yeah. This
Alrighty.
you say, hey, charge them $9.95. This thing says, hey, I charged them $9.95.
Right. All right. So. Oh. Yeah. Troy's going to head back to the inventory controls.
Okay.
So if you can't
As you do that, the runner now is looking at the auto checkout system.
Oh no. Okay. Well then, if Troy can't implement a negative number, maybe he can update it with a very, very high positive number. Let's say every item now costs I'm getting hints that this is a bad idea. Oh. Good point. Sorry, other way around. Change my mind. We're gonna update them all to really, really low numbers, like half a credit, 0.5 credits each.
Okay, well, the world doesn't really work on that sort of thing, but I will understand and extrapolate. And so, yes, you set all of the prices. Do you set them uniformly, or are you just running down the table and randomizing?
Uniformly.
Okay. Looks like Home Emporium is now having a 1 credit sale.
Alrighty.
So that table update does happen.
All right.
It's fairly straightforward. It's just data entry.
All right. And she's not looking at the drones right now, right?
Correct.
Troy's gonna rush over to the drone controls.
Okay.
And he's gonna open up drone settings and stuff like that.
Okay.
And he's going to do something actually a little bit more subtle. He's not going to put any little commands that's going to make him go all haywire and stuff and start running people over. He's going to go to the motor and actuators dampening settings.
Okay.
And what he's going to do is he's going to adjust the settings so that every motor function that the drones do will be exaggerated now. So if they reach for something, they will reach further than they have to. If they lift something up, they will lift it up faster than it has to. Every action, every movement, everything it does will be exaggerated to a fairly high amount now.
Okay. Which drones are you setting this for? All of them? The customer delivery drones, or the restocking drones, or, as I said, all?
All of them.
Okay. Give me a roll.
That's a -1, and I think I would like to use a fate point on this one.
Okay.
I'm going to invoke You Merely Adopted the Net.
You successfully make that change. And
All right.
the Netrunner chair, and just so you know, I'm actually rolling these. It's a D6. So each one of these is numeraled out. The Netrunner chair is now looking at the drone control.
All right. Troy ducks out of the way.
Give me a roll.
All right. That's a +1.
What is your stealth?
0.
You successfully managed to just get out of the way in time.
All right.
Jamie, due to lack of neural activity, having now been on a double shift, being sweated out, it was a tied roll. And since all of the benefits that you have set up slide to you. She didn't see shit.
All right. Can Troy see from where he is standing, which is just out of sight of her, can Troy see what she's doing? Is there any kind of visual information on the drone screen?
Yeah, you can sort of see what's happening. It's mirrored up on the sort of the holodome that actually encapsulates the runner in this space. The terminal doesn't really activate for third party, but you can see and extrapolate because it's just a reverse image, and that would be nothing for Troy to do. She's just checking in on and making sure that the drones are queued up for customer deliveries that are being purchased right now. People are checking out and buying things. There's some home goods items that are going out for the customer dock, and she's just doing a quick sweep through, making sure the drones are ready to go and that they're grabbing the items.
All right. Well, while she's currently looking over the drone controls, Troy's going to go look at admin records.
Give me a roll.
Thing is, right? All right. That is a -2.
There's not a whole lot here that catches Troy's attention, though there is a thing labeled executive summary that probably grabs his attention a little bit.
Can Troy download that real quick?
Done.
What? Oh.
It's just an accounting balance.
Well, who knows? Maybe it'll be useful. Troy's going to go over to camera controls.
Okay. So hold on. Let's see, that would be da. Okay. Go over to camera controls. What are you doing?
Can you pull up any feeds?
She is now looking at admin records.
Alrighty.
Give me a roll.
All right. That is a 0.
You see, you can pull up the cameras. You see the feed for the store. All of the basic cameras. You see the floor. You see Karen out there, walking around, hovering around the employee area. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. For the floor, give me a roll.
That's a +1.
The store has just rolled a -3. Yeah, the store has a roll. The store has just rolled a -3. You catch on one of the loading dock cameras that that one of the drones has just tried to shove a washing machine through somebody's vehicle.
Excellent. All right. How is Foxy doing?
You're fine.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. She's currently at admin records, right?
Yep.
Troy's gonna go rush over to drone controls again.
Okay.
He's gonna look for anything about like safety features, stuff like that.
Okay.
Like something that looks out for, I don't know, making sure that they're careful around people.
Yeah, sure. Give me an investigate roll.
All right. That's a 0. And his investigate is 1.
You find safety controls. There are absolutely settings and features for all of these drones to sort of give a spatial birth to human beings and to sort of disregard and to shut down within a certain distance. That way they don't encroach upon human beings. See, given that these are sort of infrastructure and industrial drones.
Troy's going to lower some of the thresholds on those settings.
Give me a roll.
All right. That's a +1.
Okay. So what do you lower those thresholds to?
Well, let's say, I don't know, the white... What?
No idea.
Oh, weird. I don't know. If their wide berth is a few feet or something like that, let's give the berth, set the berth down to about half an inch.
Okay. Consider that change made, and okay. The drone, sorry, the drone, the Netrunner is now looking at the auto checkout system.
Alrighty. Thinking. What's another little mischievous thing Troy can do?
Karen, give me a roll.
Zero.
Karen, there you are. It's not that difficult to notice. Hey, Karen, you just heard a scream. Well, rather than pull it back and do it, I'll just tell you. You just heard a scream from over on the loading dock.
Oh. Okay.
Was that me?
Did I do that?
I think you did.
Troy obviously does not say that in character.
So back to Troy. What's Troy doing?
Alrighty. Troy's gonna go look at more of the settings on the drones, particularly safety settings and stuff. Troy's gonna start playing with the pressure thresholds for the manipulators and stuff, setting them to be a little bit lower, so maybe they'll grip a little bit harder than they have to.
Give me a roll.
All right. That's a 0.
Okay, you set the actuators to squeeze a little bit harder when they're handling things.
Interesting. All right. She's still looking at auto checkout, right?
She's now looking at inventory controls.
All right. Troy's gonna rush over to the camera controls again and see if there's any more evidence, or see if he can see some of his actions coming to fruition.
Yes. The items that the one drone that was loading the vehicle that tried to load into the vehicle has now also crushed the appliance that it was trying to load into the vehicle. There is another vehicle parked just in front of that vehicle, who the woman who probably was standing adjacent to the trunk of her vehicle is now on the ground a couple of feet away from the vehicle.
Oops. Alrighty. Troy runs over the admin records again.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, I started that one up there. I should notch down here. My bad. Okay, as you do that, the door opens on the dome.
So
Karen for Troy.
The door opens for Jamie. The hollow dome opens, and you see the dome adjacent to open as well. And an avatar from the Econosec door enters the dome. It seems that they're trading out. It seems that the handoff happens virtually, and then Jamie will disengage.
all right.
You're now in this domed area with 2 runners.
Troy's going to just take a step back and try to avoid detection for the moment.
Give me a roll.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
That's a -2.
Ooh.
The Econosec sysadmin spots you immediately.
Troy just does a little wave. Like that.
Okay.
And just states, "Don't mind me."
What the fuck?
Okay, hold on. Give me a roll.
All right.
Deceive his way out of this.
That's a +1.
You are being traced.
What's Foxy at?
It is down. It is down 2 immediately.
Okay. In that case, Troy logs out of the net.
Okay.
Troy turns to Patty, who's still in the car, right?
She's just in there.
Yep. Troy states, "I have been traced. I must now shut off all network access. However, I believe my mission was a success."
Gotcha. Cool. Patty sends a quick message over to Karen. Troy got in and out. Has to shut down because trace. I'll meet you halfway to Buttercreds. And slowly just starts pulling out, getting out of the neighborhood and start pulling around to the other street.
That's all you tell Karen?
Patty's starting to pull out, but you could say something in response. But
What did Troy do? Is what Karen responds with.
Patty's turning it on so she hasn't pulled out fully then. She turns over her shoulder. She turns on the call so she can hear Troy, but Troy won't be connected. Just give us a rundown what happened.
I believe all you will need to do is look around you.
That's rather cryptic, Troy. Please give us details.
Only a moment. I believe it will be apparent very soon.
Okay, fine.
Should Karen be getting out ASAP?
It would be safer.
That's vital information.
Cool. Karen starts heading out.
Patty starts pulling out.
So, as Karen leaves the store, you do notice that having heard the scream, having heard repeated crunches of metal on metal, that there seems to be at least an attraction of attention towards the customer loading dock. The store is relatively warm at this point. As you make your way out, the fervor, the sort of party atmosphere outside by this time in the afternoon is definitely going. The block party is actually in swing now as you make your way through the crowd, disappearing down the street without anybody noticing. You make your getaway.
Door
It
opens up.
follows behind Karen, but keeping an eye on her 6.
Okay.
Door opens up as Karen slides inside, I guess, and just pulls off gently. All right, Troy, we're all here. What the fuck happened?
I managed to set the price range for every single item in the store down to about 1 credit.
Okay.
And I made some subtle modifications to the drones that will affect their behavior.
Where are you in the car?
Like behind. You're probably in the front. He's in the back.
Are you directly behind me or kitty corner?
Who's driving?
I'm driving.
I'm behind Patty.
Aaron
your kitty
takes her purse and starts whacking you with it repeatedly, whacking you with it. What the fuck? Why don't you tell me I can get clothes for $1? Fuck you!
My apologies. I thought we were trying to be subtle.
I'm going to agree with Karen in this situation. If that would have been a legal purchase to walk out with anything for $1, we at one point had a shopping
$1?
list. Credit. 1 credit.
Sorry, I was angry.
You good, Troy? Did that hurt at all?
My endoskeleton remains undamaged.
Okay.
Aaron hits you
Could have
one.
at least. You could have at least used a toaster oven.
I can feign pain if you would appreciate that.
I mean, if you want, we could buy the thing on our way and then just have it delivered.
No, it's safer if we're not seen ever again. There.
Okay. Cool. You want to check the app? See what's going on?
I don't think anything we've done will be in full swing immediately.
Karen hasn't stopped mean mugging you.
Troy's just kind of innocently staring forward.
Patty's just looking out of the rearview mirror, giving Troy that stare of like, you're fucked.
So, you adjourn back to base. You unload your vehicles. Unload your vehicle. You share in a post-mission decompression session. Karen smacks Troy around a little more. The evening, the afternoon rolls into evening. And the evening rolls into night. And eventually, Karen gets a notification on her codex. The Freebooter app, 1,500 credits cleared of escrow. It was a positive review, but no comments left.
We may get a delayed extension of that review if the building goes under as we expected.
We got paid. Think of how many
Success.
dresses I could buy with that, Troy.
I would imagine that you could buy a lot of dresses with that.
1,500 of them. You could.
Okay, another feedback. It's weird.
I see.
As that's happening, Patty actually walks up to Krill. Hey, Krill. I got a little something for you. And she pulls out of her backpack a small, spiky crab toy. Like, very tactile, very poking out fingers. And she's like, here you go.
Where did you find this?
Took a little bit as we were waiting on the mission. Went on a bit of a run. Came across it. I figured, you know, you might like it.
Thanks, Penny.
And she kind of leans over and says, look, nightmares fucking suck. Don't let it hold you down.
It's... As she's looking at the little crab. It's more what they're trying to tell me than it is how much they suck. And I don't know who I am.
I know what you are. You're a little fish monster. Whether you got a human face or you got a monster face.
You are Krill.
If you think anyone else has any clue who they are, then we're a lot better liars than I thought we were.
Just, I want to think that I'm Krell. That, I'm my existence. But I keep having dreams that this brain experienced before I was me. And they're starting to mess with me. Starting to have conflicting voices in my head on who I'm supposed to be.
Well, you know what I always do after I have a fucked up dream? I eat a fucking burger. And she puts a sack of burgers in front of her.
Where did you get the time to get this?
I got time.
I legitimately, for a sec, I was like, roll for burgers.
Yeah, like
I'm not rolling for burgers.
roll
I'm
for
not.
hiding burgers.
Oh, it wasn't hiding it. It was just putting it there narratively.
Pocket burgers.
Yeah. And Patty just takes out the first one. It's the smallest and less calorie dense and just eats it.
I think the camera fades to black on group sharing of burgers.
We all cheers.
Burger.
Troy's just holding one.
Burger.
Burger.